I come on this when we talk about common agriculture policies. We think we could use the nudge system, but we also have to have quite a lot to regulate, because otherwise it doesn't work. But let me start with explaining what the European Economic and Social Committee is about. The European Economic and Social Committee is a part of the Roman treaties, and it's not that well known in the Brussels bubble more. But if you go into the different member states in Europe and ask the people, tell me a bit about the European Economic and Social Committee, then they would look at you and no one would even know what it is. The same was for me, to be honest. But arriving here, I detected that this was a very smart construction. When the parents of the EU started to frame the Roman treaties, they said, well, we must have the voice of civil society in the policy-making process heard. And then they created the EESC. And they made it in a way to say, okay, this house is equipped by civil society organizations. And that's why we are the house of the organized civil society. And they said, let's bring them into different groups. We have group 1, these are the employers. We have group 2, the trade unions. I come from the trade unions. And we have group 3. Thierry is representing them. It's coming from the different civil society organizations, farmers, environmentalists. Some would say this doesn't work, but believe me, it works. They are working together. And different other civil society organizations. So what we are doing is we are forced in a positive way to cooperate. So that means the Commission comes, the Council comes, the Parliament is coming, the Member States are coming and asking us for our opinion. When it comes, for instance, to the new Common Agriculture Policy, they say, what is your view? And how do you think it has to be framed in the future of the Common Agriculture Policy? So, and then we start with study groups, we sit down, we start discussing and really, sometimes really heavily fighting to find a position which we can then submit to the different requesters. And at the beginning I thought, yay, what is this kind of system? But after 10 years, I tell you, I'm quite happy that they made this system in order to bring a democratic way to sit down and to come to a position, because in the end of the day we vote on the different positions. And this is a quite powerful position. We are not always, unfortunately, aware how powerful it is, because if we do not create kind of strategies in a way to submit these positions, but once we are aligned, once we have this position, then it is super powerful. I'll give you a concrete example. 10 years ago, almost 10 years ago, we started with an idea saying we must rethink our food system. And then we said we have to invite experts, scientists, practitioners, saying, so how do you think the food system must be framed? And then we developed a paper was called Comprehensive Food Policy for Europe. And in this paper we described how the food policy must be framed out of the Common Agriculture Policy, because here in Brussels, people, when you talk about food, agriculture, everyone is thinking about the CAP, because that's the biggest block. It's about 52, 53 billion euros from the budget. We thought this has to be framed differently. And we adopted it anonymously, that we could say, okay, look, Commission, look, Member States, this is something we would like to see. Unfortunately, we're not yet there. We had in the meanwhile a bit an attempt from the Commission to come with a farm to fork strategy, which was a good one. Now there's the risk that it will be killed through different lobby groups, but it is worth it to discuss that. But this gives you a bit of a glimpse on that, what the committee is doing. And in all policy fields, is that what we are doing. So nowadays, as you can imagine, as every other organization, as every other citizen, we are in the middle also in the debate of the geopolitical challenges. So we have to see what is happening, and we see that the world is distracted, whether it is the multilateralism or it is the simple discussion about what kind of nudges are necessary in this changed situation. So what was perhaps successful 2 years, 5 years, 10 years ago is probably today no longer relevant. So when we look into our extension process in Europe, which will come, I'm absolutely sure, also of pure political reasons. So there will be the day where the Ukraine will be part of the EU. So I don't want to discuss that politically, but just to look at that, what will happen with the agri-food system in Europe and the common agriculture policy in Europe. That means if we only use or look at the Ukraine, then we will get 50% on arable land to that what we already have. And if we have people, they think we must keep the common agriculture policy as it is. It must remain. And our answer here at the committee is if it should remain, it is killed. Simply through mathematics, no? Because 50% more, we keep it as it is. What does it mean for the hectare-based payment? Look at Ukraine. Small farms are considered in the Ukraine from 0 to 10,000 hectares. The average hectare in Europe is 17.4 hectares for the farmers. So just this tells us what was there is no longer relevant in the future. So that's why we have to discuss to now use the opportunity to really come with new framing of the common agriculture policy. And I said before that we have to also look on this. What has to be nudged was not. Our position is quite clear now. We must get off the hectare-based payment. We have to nudge clearly, absolutely to nudge the greening of and the CO2 neutrality approach of the agri system and of course the agri food system in total. This has to be nudged in a way, and here we have already an instrument like the common agriculture policy. What we do not have to nudge is the big companies. They don't need the money. There's simply no reason to give them money because they are yet already competitive. They're able to do it because they have all the means to go for whatever they need. Give you a second example where we see that this can't go. You tell me if I've stressed the time because I'm paid here to stress moderators. The world community agreed, okay, some of them are no longer we see, but in this case I'm optimistic this will remain because business is already going to this way. But I agreed to phase out fossil fuels. This is agreed, so it's clear. Some areas of the world are going quicker, some not, but this will come. Perhaps someone in the room has an answer for this, because I always ask this. What do we do? Looking at Alun, because he has still a not fossil-free water in front of him. What do we do if we want to replace all of these fossil-based materials which we have only in the food sector? I don't want to go into the automotive sector or whatever we produce. Let's only go into the food sector. Let's have a look at the packaging sector. How do we replace that? How do we replace that if we agree in Europe to phase out at least until 2050, 2045? So what do we do? We need packaging. There's no doubt, because packaging has advantages in hygienic, in whatever, to keep the fruits. As you already said, I come from the dairy sector. So imagine you would have the cheese in the shelves open, so everyone is touching that. So we need packaging. That's clear. But what is the replacement? How do we replace it? On paper? Only with paper? It's probably not possible because it doesn't have you can't use it in the same way as you can do it with plastic as you do it now. So, and here I want to bring an idea. I know people from the environmental side and people from the farmer side, they don't like it. I'm free because I'm trade unionist. I can express myself what I want. But imagine to give farmers and also the ones want to come to our European Union and kind of a perspective. So okay, so we have a clue. We have an idea what it means, agriculture for the future. What does it mean? We have to start to think this in the geopolitical context, in the combination with the climate change challenges. So concretely, I predict that if we go for a fossil fuel-free dawn, we need countries like the Ukraine. We need arable land to replace different sorts of whatever we produce. We won't be able to do it only on the ground of the European Union. And what is the geopolitical context here is we can't trust any longer anyone else outside of the EU. Neither the United States, nor China, nor Russia, no one else. So that means we must go for a strategic autonomy in Europe. So that means we must develop something which makes us competitive, which makes us climate neutral, and which gives us the opportunity also to play in the geopolitical situation a powerful role where we bring the European values into the game. So, and for this kind of debate which you have today is a very, very necessary and a fruitful debate. I could go into a couple of details what we already developed on ideas, but that's for Thierry to do. But just to give you this, what we are discussing already here in-house, what we developed already years ago in order to provide from civil society point of view, and again, employers, trade unions, and the civil society organizations, they agreed on these positions. We had to fight, clear. And we have to take into consideration that the business sector must be on board, of course. There's no debate without having the business sector. Because as a trade unionist, they say clearly, we need jobs for a decent life. Otherwise, the people won't go with us. And here my last point is, when we discuss that, I wish us all that we discuss always the social aspect on this. Not just making a nice idea, but if we have the people not on board, we will fail. And we are close to do this because we did not really take the people on board on this journey. So, sorry, stressed you a bit on the time. Wish you a nice conference and happy to join and to see the next steps here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter, for reminding us that the old actors of all the important things happening in history are still there. It's the enterprises, the workers, the society, the environment. So in a world where everything looks totally new and totally renovated, the truth is that we have to look into ourselves to solve the problem. So thank you very much. It has been really important to put into the big perspective what we're doing here. So it's nice to hear the big actors. And so we will go now to Thierry. I was impressed looking at Thierry's profile. Next time they will ask me what can academics do for the world, I will tell them, look, there is a guy who was very famous doing information systems in well-known universities in Louvain-la-Neuve, I think in Catholic, and also a person who has had impact. I'm not going to refer to everything, but when we're talking about impact and people ask us, so how about impact? You know, if someone has been rapporteur on something so important as planned obsolescence, which is some of the most important challenges of our world, when circular economy, which I think is one of the hopes. By the way, my son did a PhD on circular economy. He's on the market. And now on nudges. So we couldn't have a better expert to connect what many of us are, somehow academics with the guilt of not having enough impact on the world, and all the people around us who expect to do something out of our knowledge. So Thierry, merci pour être venu. C'est vraiment un grand honneur. And let the translation start.
Thank you for these kind words. I will speak in French, so you can put your headphones, please, for the translation. Ok, c'est bon? Ok, je propose de démarrer. Juste en quelques secondes, tu parles de obsolescence programmée. Le premier texte européen sur obsolescence programmée, c'est ici au Comité économique social européen que le premier texte a été rédigé, voté, promulgué. Très content de parler du sujet du nudge vert, parce qu'en plus, ça fait juste 10 ans. C'est en 2015 qu'on a proposé un avis d'initiative sur l'utilisation du nudge dans les politiques publiques européennes. Donc on avait proposé ça 2015, fin 2015. Ça avait été accepté en janvier 2016 et voté fin 2016. Donc voilà, 10 ans aujourd'hui que le sujet a été lancé ici au Comité économique social européen. Alors, pourquoi est-ce qu'on s'est préoccupé de ce sujet-là? Le premier, tout le monde le connaît, et surtout vous, c'est que au niveau européen, mais également au niveau national, on s'aperçoit que c'est de plus en plus difficile de faire passer des textes, des réglementations. On sent que très souvent, il y a une sorte de frein à tout ce qui est politique qui peut apparaître un peu contraignante par des réglementations, par des normes, mais aussi par des taxes, par la fiscalité, etc. Et de ce point de vue-là, le nudge, notamment le nudge vert, présente une flexibilité d'utilisation qui apparaît en tout cas plus facilement acceptable par les autorités, par les pouvoirs publics. Et puis deuxièmement, et ça c'est un point important, et je fais le lien justement avec mon métier, enfin mon ancien métier, je suis retraité depuis 1 an, de professeur en sciences de la communication, c'est qu'on s'aperçoit que les politiques environnementales, très souvent, elles sont basées sur de l'information. On dit aux gens ce qu'il faut faire. Donc, en dehors de l'utilisation, réglementation, fiscalité, c'est des incantations. On aimerait bien que vous changiez votre comportement dans telle et telle manière. Et en fait, moi, un des principes de base maintenant où j'en suis venu, c'est que en matière de communication environnementale, on fait 3 types d'erreurs. La première erreur, c'est de partir de ce que les gens disent. Donc on dit, voilà, on va regarder des baromètres, des sondages d'opinion, et on voit les Européens sont prêts à. En fait, l'environnement, c'est le sujet sur lequel il existe le plus fort décalage entre le déclaratif et le comportemental, entre ce que les gens disent et ce que les gens font. Donc déjà, il faut avoir un peu de recul. Le deuxième, c'est de considérer que l'information permet de sensibiliser. En fait, c'est une croyance... ce qu'on appelle la conception télégraphique de la communication, c'est-à-dire il y a un émetteur qui envoie un message à une cible, d'ailleurs on parle de cible souvent, et la cible intègre le message pour modifier son comportement. Ça se passe pas du tout comme ça, et j'allais dire presque heureusement, mais en fait l'information ça n'a jamais été un moteur d'une modification comportementale, jamais. C'est un élément souvent nécessaire, Mais il faut que l'information, en dehors d'avoir été transmise, il faut qu'elle soit acceptée, il faut qu'elle donne envie de se mobiliser. Enfin, il y a toute une gamme de produits. Moi, je peux vous parler en 30 secondes d'une expérience qui avait été faite justement à l'Université de Louvain-la-Neuve, où on avait essayé de convaincre les gens de modifier leur comportement en matière de gaspillage énergétique, de les inciter à mettre des panneaux photovoltaïques, etc., en leur donnant des plaquettes, des informations, etc., sur les avantages. Ça a été un flop, mais enfin, un échec total, comme parfois les professeurs, les chercheurs peuvent en rencontrer. C'est-à-dire, on lance un gros programme de recherche avec un gros budget, et au final, il se passe rien, mais rien du tout, quoi. Et puis, quelque temps après, et malheureusement, on s'est aperçu qu'il n'y avait aucun lien avec ce qu'on avait fait au départ. Il y a une personne dans son village, une personne plutôt âgée, enfin la soixantaine, qui décide de mettre des panneaux photovoltaïques sur son toit. Et puis, comme c'est un petit village où tout le monde se connaît, elle était là depuis très longtemps, bah, il y a des voisins qui lui disent, ouais, qu'est-ce que tu as mis sur ton toit? C'est moche. C'est quoi l'intérêt? Et la personne dit, bah, c'est moche, mais ça, c'est une affaire de goût. Mais ce que je peux te dire, c'est que dans 3 ans, je deviendrai autonome, j'aurai plus à payer les factures d'électricité qui n'arrêtent pas de monter, etc., etc. Et puis, en fait, s'il y a côté un peu exemplarité, et puis, 1 an après, bah, quasiment toute la rue et tout le quartier avaient mis des panneaux photovoltaïques sur son toit. C'est-à-dire, voilà, c'est aussi le côté identification, exemplarité. Enfin, il y a tout à fait autre chose que le fait de donner une information pour que les gens bougent. Et puis, 3e erreur, c'est de penser qu'une fois qu'on a informé les gens pour essayer de les sensibiliser, la sensibilisation fait que les gens modifient leur comportement. En fait, ça, c'est le truc qui est totalement contre-intuitif et qui apparaît même paradoxal. C'est que les personnes les plus sensibilisées à la cause environnementale sont les plus gros pollueurs. C'est-à-dire ceux qui ont l'empreinte carbone environnementale la plus élevée, ce sont les gens qui se disent les plus inquiets, les plus attentifs à la protection de l'environnement. C'est totalement aberrant quand on y pense. En fait, ça s'explique. Ça s'explique parce que les personnes qui sont sensibilisées à la cause environnementale se retrouvent plutôt, toutes choses égales par ailleurs, dans certaines catégories de capital social, capital culturel. Donc tout au long de l'année, on va faire attention à trier les déchets, à bien éteindre la lumière en sortant, à éteindre l'eau, à prendre le vélo plutôt que la voiture, etc. Et puis ça ne va pas nous empêcher assez régulièrement de changer notre smartphone pour le nouveau modèle, de prendre le nouvel iMac parce qu'il est quand même beaucoup plus puissant, et puis une fois par an de partir, parce qu'on a vu des amis qui sont partis au Machu Picchu, au Temple d'Angkor, il paraît que c'est fabuleux. Et donc en l'espace d'une dizaine de jours, on va cramer tous les efforts qu'on a fait tout le long de l'année, et même bien au-delà. Donc voilà, faire un peu attention à tout ce qui peut apparaître un peu paradoxal dans les démarches pour modifier les comportements dans un sens plus responsable. Et c'est là justement où le nudge peut intervenir. Parce que le nudge présente cette gros avantage que, comme on l'a dit, c'est que très souvent, ça marche. C'est-à-dire qu'il y a quand même, quand on regarde toute la littérature de recherche, et elle commence à devenir importante sur le nudge, on a quand même des résultats qui sont assez époustouflants. Tout ce qu'on a, alors nous, quand on a travaillé sur le nudge dans les politiques publiques environnementales européennes, on s'était surtout axé sur l'énergie et les déchets. Et là, quand on voit, par exemple, alors je crois que c'était dans le livre de Thaler et Sunstein, déjà, donc Nudge, qui a vraiment introduit le nudge, du moins qui l'a popularisé. C'est l'expérience qui avait été faite en Californie pour réduire le gaspillage énergétique en jouant sur la norme sociale. C'est-à-dire on prévient les gens de comment font les autres. Et du coup, les gens qui gaspillaient plus voient qu'ils gaspillent trop par rapport aux autres, qui sont socialement homogènes, et donc décident de réduire leur consommation énergétique et donc de moins gaspiller. Donc on voit qu'il y a des sujets comme ceux-là qui fonctionnent assez bien. Moi, j'avais suivi, sans y participer directement, une expérience à l'université de Rennes. Alors, c'est des expériences comme que certains chercheurs peuvent faire, c'est-à-dire qui n'ont aucun intérêt en termes d'efficacité, mais ça nous amusait un peu. C'était dans les toilettes de l'université. Qu'est-ce qu'ils faisaient ? qu'est-ce qui faisait que les gens décident d'éteindre la lumière en sortant. Et donc, l'expérimentation, c'était autour de 3 messages. Le premier message, c'est alors merci. Je ne sais pas si c'était merci ou éteignez la lumière en sortant, ou merci d'éteindre la lumière en sortant. Le deuxième, c'est pensez à l'environnement, merci d'éteindre l'électricité en sortant. Et le troisième, c'était un message un peu double, c'est-à-dire sur la première porte, c'était marqué 97% des étudiants sont préoccupés par l'environnement. Et puis quand vous sortez, il y avait une deuxième étiquette, c'était alors pourquoi avez-vous laissé la lumière ouverte? Voilà. Et là, on avait des résultats qui étaient devenus beaucoup plus intéressants. Plus des petites choses, c'est aussi l'intérêt du nudge, c'est que très souvent, ça coûte pas cher, c'est mettre des petits stickers sur les interrupteurs avec le dessin d'une cheminée pour montrer que voilà, si vous avez de la lumière, c'est que derrière il y a peut-être des centrales thermiques qui fonctionnent. Donc soyez un peu prudent. J'ai vu beaucoup d'expériences en Allemagne, aux États-Unis sur comment faire que les gens achètent plutôt un ventilateur qu'un climatiseur. Là aussi, on a des résultats qui sont étonnants. Comment faire en sorte qu'on va plutôt privilégier une électricité verte qu'une autre. Là aussi, les résultats sont assez époustouflants. Et tout ça, ça part sur des démarches de nudge. Sur les déchets, là aussi, on a des choses qui sont assez intéressantes. J'avais vu, là aussi, c'est la manière dont on formule le message. Entre merci de ne pas jeter vos déchets par terre ou aidez-nous à recycler, ayez la gentillesse de. Et on voit que le deuxième message est beaucoup plus impactant que le premier. Alors, dans les choses, on est très fiers ici au Comité économique social européen, c'est que nous avons, quand on a travaillé sur le nudge, on a créé un nudge. Alors, là aussi, c'est pas très impactant, mais ça a marché. C'est en fait, on reçoit, je sais pas, Peter, tu peux dire, mais au moins une centaine de conférences chaque année chez nous, au moins. Et en fait, à un moment donné, on s'est dit, mais en fait, tous les gens partent avec leur badge. Alors là, vous avez juste une petite étiquette autocollante. Souvent, c'est des badges en plastique. Et donc, on voulait récupérer les badges. Donc, on demandait aux gens, est-ce que vous pouvez laisser vos badges en sortant? En fait, on aime bien partir avec le badge. Peut-être c'est un souvenir, on se rappelle qu'on a été à cette conférence. Etc. Et donc, ça marchait pas. Et donc, on a décidé à un moment donné de faire alors, on appelait ça un nudge. On demandait aux gens, quand ils sortaient de la salle de conférence, quand la conférence était terminée, on avait mis deux boîtes en carton et on disait aux gens, est-ce que cette conférence vous a plu ou est-ce que vous êtes resté sur votre faim, est-ce que vous avez été un peu déçu par le contenu, etc. Et donc, vous êtes content, on avait mis un gros smiley, la personne souriant, et puis l'autre, la personne un peu déçue. Et on demandait aux gens de voter avec leur badge. Et en fait, du coup, je ne sais plus le chiffre, mais 90% des gens, du coup, on était presque contents qu'on leur demande leur avis sur est-ce que vous êtes content d'être venu ici ou pas. Dites-le en laissant votre badge dans le carton correspondant. En fait, ça a été un peu malhonnête parce qu'on n'en avait rien à faire de savoir si les gens étaient contents ou pas. On voulait juste récupérer les badges. Mais en tout cas, ça a marché, ça a rien coûté. On n'a pas continué depuis, il faudrait. Mais en tout cas, ça montre que ce genre d'idée, parfois ça fonctionne. Et puis le grand intérêt, c'est que là, c'est un peu un bon exemple, c'est que c'est facilement accepté, c'est facile d'utilisation, c'est un côté attractif, souvent un peu souriant. Donc il y a aussi cette idée d'acceptabilité sociale du nudge qui est intéressant. Alors, si vous êtes ici, c'est que vous connaissez déjà le nudge, donc je ne vais pas entrer dans les définitions, pas d'intérêt, mais par rapport à la conférence du jour, rappelez simplement qu'un des gros avantages, c'est qu'il y a vraiment une multitude d'utilisations et d'axes du nudge. C'est-à-dire que derrière le concept même de nudge, il y a énormément de techniques qui peuvent entrer en utilisation. Alors, il y a, bien sûr, je l'ai cité parce que c'est un des premiers, c'est la norme sociale. C'était donc la grande expérience qui a été faite aux États-Unis. Juste une petite parenthèse, c'est que ça a été testé en France. Par la compagnie première compagnie d'électricité en France qui est EDF. Et par contre, ça n'a pas du tout marché. Ça n'a pas du tout marché. Et c'est aussi intéressant de voir, on est ici Union européenne, c'est qu'il y a un aspect culturel dans le nudge qui n'est pas négligeable. C'est-à-dire qu'en France, savoir qu'on peut connaître et diffuser à vos voisins votre consommation électrique, même si vous êtes anonymisé, ça marche pas, quoi. On n'a pas envie que nos données de consommation personnelle soient connues d'autres personnes. Alors que dans d'autres pays, peut-être, c'est peut-être plus facilement acceptable. En tout cas, retenez que une standardisation internationale du nudge, je suis pas sûr que ça fonctionne. Point important aussi, c'est la visualisation de la perte. Ça peut être intéressant pour vous, agriculture, forêt, de savoir que toute chose égale par ailleurs, on est plus réticent à perdre un peu que de gagner beaucoup. C'est-à-dire, toute chose égale par ailleurs, le choix il sera égal entre perdre 50 € ou en gagner 100. C'est plus difficile de penser qu'on peut perdre que de gagner, c'est-à-dire de perdre un peu que de gagner moyennement, ou de perdre moyennement et de gagner beaucoup. Le principe d'aversion à la perte est un principe important du nudge. Le côté gamification, c'est-à-dire rendre ludique. Dans les exemples qui sont très connus, c'est prendre un escalier et sur chaque marche d'escalier, vous venez de perdre une calorie, vous venez de perdre 2 calories, ou alors transformer l'escalier en une sorte de piste d'athlétisme, pour bien montrer que c'est mieux de prendre l'escalier. Nous on l'a fait, peut-être vous l'avez vu si vous êtes monté, il est marqué Take the Stairs. Je suis pas sûr que dire prendre l'escalier devant un ascenseur soit très nudge, mais en tout cas c'est vraiment l'idée d'inciter à un comportement plus responsable. Dans les exemples que j'ai vus, il y a ce que j'aime bien, c'est la science de l'information, rendre l'information plus visible. Et là, c'est l'exemple, alors je ne sais plus où c'était, d'un métro, où pour inciter les gens à pas se précipiter quand la petite sirène retentit, que les portes se ferment pour essayer de rentrer, les portes du métro, ils avaient dessiné des mâchoires de requin. Bon, je pense, là aussi, pour dire, attention, faites attention, ne vous précipitez pas, ça peut être un peu dangereux, mais au moins le message était clair. Voilà, c'est partie des choses que j'aime bien aussi dans le nudge. Le choix par défaut, c'est une technique très fréquente parce qu'elle est facile à utiliser. Là ici au comité, mais dans beaucoup d'organisations, de fédérations, d'entreprises. Par exemple, les machines à café, avant, il y avait toujours du sucre. Maintenant, c'est toujours paramétré sans sucre. Si vous voulez du sucre, vous devez rajouter du sucre. Pareil ici au comité, mais partout désormais. Tous les photocopieurs Mopieur, maintenant, les photocopieurs sont paramétrés recto-verso par défaut. Alors, vous pouvez toujours faire une photocopie par page, mais il faut aller bidouiller un petit peu. Voilà. On rend la chose peut-être un peu plus difficile. C'est la même chose pour le don d'organes. Alors, je ne sais pas si c'est valable pour l'ensemble des pays de l'Union européenne, mais dans beaucoup de pays, par exemple en France, vous êtes censé donner vos organes à votre mort. C'est nouveau, c'est depuis quelques années. Et en fait, maintenant, donc, du coup, tout le monde donne son organe. Alors que avant, il fallait dire qu'on était prêt à donner nos organes après notre mort. Et en fait, on s'aperçoit que ça fonctionne parce que les gens sont réticents à dire non, moi je veux pas, les organes servent moi. Et tant pis pour ce qu'il arrive après mon décès. Donc voilà, le choix par défaut est un point important. Et puis, et là aussi, nous-mêmes, on a travaillé un peu dessus au comité économique européen, c'est les différents aménagements. Alors là où on l'utilise beaucoup, c'est dans la restauration collective. Exemple, dans les exemples qui sont connus, c'est alors ça, c'était beaucoup. Enfin, moi, je l'ai connu dans mon restaurant universitaire. C'est que vous arrivez à la cantine le midi, vous avez faim, et en fait, le pain était au début de la chaîne. Vous arriviez, vous prenez votre plateau, les couverts, et puis le premier truc à prendre, c'était du pain. Et en fait, les gens, tout le réflexe, on prend deux pains, 2 petits morceaux de pain. Et en fait, on s'apercevait après qu'il y avait toujours un pain qui n'avait jamais été touché. C'était juste parce qu'on arrive, on a faim, on prend 2 morceaux de pain. Et une fois qu'après on a été prendre l'entrée, le plat et peut-être le dessert, voilà. Et donc ce qui a été fait, c'est que le pain, on l'a mis juste près des caisses, une fois où on a payé, et que le pain, il était dans un panier en osier qui était recouvert, il y avait un couvercle, et le pain, il fallait le prendre avec une petite pince. Donc c'est-à-dire que les gens qui prenaient du pain quand ils voulaient du pain, quoi. Et résultat, c'est qu'il n'y a plus aucun gaspillage de pain à la sortie. Chose qui est aussi très fréquente, et là aussi on le fait, c'est que désormais le rayon pour prendre de la viande, il est au fond. Et je ne vais pas dire qu'il est sous une lumière au néon un peu blafarde, alors que les fruits et légumes, ils sont plutôt au centre et bien éclairés. Donc voilà, tout ça pour dire qu'il y a ce côté aménagement qui peut être un peu sympathique et qui fonctionne pour un coût là également assez réduit. Alors, je vais être franc avec vous, le sujet du nudge dans agriculture et forêt, je ne le connaissais pas. Avant qu'on m'invite pour cette conférence. Alors j'étais un peu inquiet, je connaissais pas. Et donc je suis allé à mon université, à la bibliothèque, pour entamer des recherches. Et là j'étais stupéfait. C'est qu'en fait, je connaissais pas, mais j'avais tort. C'est qu'il existe vraiment beaucoup de recherches. C'est-à-dire qu'il y a une masse de données sur le nudge dans agriculture et forêt qui est juste gigantesque. Alors, j'imagine que toute la journée après moi, on va détailler. Donc, juste 3-4 très vite. En Allemagne, expérience. Alors, tout ça, j'ai vu au moins une dizaine de recherches depuis moins d'un an. Donc, en Allemagne, sur la culture de pommes, pour comment faire respecter le délai de 14 jours d'intervalle entre les pesticides et la récolte. Et là aussi, donc, on s'apercevait que les démarches d'information, etc., ça fonctionnait pas très bien. Le fait de dire, voilà, 80% des personnes qui l'ont fait ont plutôt été contentes, et voilà. Là, on a des résultats qui sont plus importants. Si certains d'entre vous sont intéressés par les références, j'ai tout ça, et en plus avec moi, donc je pourrais vous les donner tout à l'heure. Dans le même sens, en Italie, qui doit paraître le mois prochain, sur l'utilisation des pesticides dans l'agriculture. Et là aussi, on voit que les leviers de normes sociales sont importants pour obtenir des résultats majeurs. Toujours en Italie, expérience sur la consommation d'aliments ultra transformés. Ça, c'est une étude qui va sortir à la rentrée en septembre 2025. Alors, c'était des achats de consommateurs en ligne. Et simplement, quand les gens allaient pour commander des produits aliments transformés, il y avait un petit message qui pouvait les renvoyer vers une autre proposition beaucoup plus saine. Et là, alors c'est pas gigantesque, mais quand même 23% des personnes changent de choix après qu'on leur envoyé un petit message un peu sympathique pour dire pour le même prix, vous pouvez avoir un truc tout aussi bien et franchement, on vous le conseille. Beaucoup de choses sur les cantines scolaires, sur la restauration, par exemple. Comment faire en sorte qu'il y ait plus de plats végétariens dans les restaurants. En fait, le fait de dire le plat du jour, c'est ça, c'est végétarien. Si c'est simplement sur la carte, ça marche moyennement. Si on dit c'est le plat du jour, il y a un côté, voilà, c'est l'occasion, allez-y. Voilà, je pourrais, c'était là, par exemple, une étude qui vient de sortir aussi en Finlande sur l'utilisation des cendres pour la fertilisation des forêts. Et là, pareil. Donc, voilà, je passe pour pas être trop long et pas dépasser trop mon temps. Voilà. Alors, après tout ça, on pourrait aller très, très loin. Faire un peu le bilan de 10 années de notre avis. Et puis par rapport au sujet du jour, comment les nudges verts peuvent contribuer aux objectifs du pacte vert du Green Deal. Alors, déjà, moi je suis à peu près persuadé qu'il ne faut pas s'enthousiasmer trop non plus. On trouve tous que c'est vachement bien, mais dans tous les cas, ce ne sera jamais une solution miracle. C'est pas ça qui va faire bouger les choses. On voit, Peter l'a un peu dit, qu'on est plutôt actuellement dans l'Union européenne dans une période un peu difficile où on a plutôt le sentiment d'un recul sur les politiques environnementales européennes, Green Deal, CSRD, enfin il y a vraiment beaucoup de choses qui sont un peu compliquées en ce moment au niveau environnemental. Qu'on dort même. Alors le nudge, là aussi, si vous êtes là, c'est que vous connaissez. Le nudge, c'est une technique qui vient de l'économie comportementale, qui a fait ses preuves, mais il y a aussi bien d'autres techniques de d'autres disciplines. Il y a énormément de recherches en psychologie sociale autour de la communication engageante, et là, notamment sur les déchets, sur plein d'autres choses, il y a aussi vraiment d'excellents résultats. Alors le nudge, pour moi, c'était lancé à l'occasion de l'ouvrage de Thaler et Sunshine il y a quelques années. Mais l'idée même de comment modifier les comportements, ça vient de la sociologie comportementale. Clairement, c'est Kurt Lewin de Deuxième Guerre mondiale sur comment faire en sorte qu'aux États-Unis, les gens modifient notamment leur alimentation. On s'apercevait que quand on leur disait qu'il fallait changer, comment faire, on avait des résultats qui étaient très moyens. Le fait de faire des conférences publiques où les gens pouvaient donner leur avis, avaient le sentiment de participer, de contribuer, de pouvoir dire qu'ils n'étaient pas d'accord, que leur situation, etc., et qu'on pouvait leur répondre, là, on avait des résultats qui pouvaient fonctionner. C'est-à-dire que voilà, il y a la science économique, l'économie comportementale, mais il y a la psychologie, il y a les sciences de la communication, il y a la sociologie. Enfin, il faut vraiment mettre tout ça en commun pour essayer d'améliorer les choses et pas penser qu'il y a à un moment une discipline qui peut vraiment faire une différence fondamentale par rapport au reste. Toujours avoir en tête, mais ça vous le savez tous, qu'il y a toujours l'accusation, la critique du nudge que c'est un peu manipulatoire, qu'il faut toujours mettre en place des normes éthiques parce que très souvent le nudge, ça se fait. L'idée c'est on change pas l'information, on change le contexte et c'est ça le contexte qui va modifier le comportement de la personne. Donc c'est souvent à l'insu même de l'individu. Donc il faut faire en sorte que déontologiquement tout soit un peu clair. Et puis, avec Peter, on a l'habitude d'être un peu cash et de dire ce qu'on pense. En fait, ce sujet-là, au niveau des politiques publiques européennes, c'est un sujet qui reste compliqué. Quand on émet des avis, on émet à peu près 200 avis ici au comité chaque année. On a à chaque fois des réponses de la commission. Et sur le sujet du nudge, moi j'ai toujours le souvenir que la commission nous a dit « vous en faites pas, on s'en occupe ». Ok, bon, on avait quand même fait plein de propositions plutôt détaillées. On avait fait la première grande audition publique européenne sur le sujet. Et voilà, ok, on a déjà un service, on s'en occupe, vous embêtez pas avec ça. Donc on s'aperçoit que c'est pas forcément moteur. Alors il y a plein d'initiatives. Là j'ai vu avant de venir un programme que je connaissais pas qui s'appelle Mona. Vous avez peut-être dû voir, qui est un projet allemand, français. J'ai noté pour pas me tromper. Français, Belgique et Pays-Bas, ouais. Là aussi ça vous intéresse, c'est sur le tourisme dans les zones forestières et les réserves nationales, les parcs naturels, etc. Et donc, c'est faire en sorte que les gens ne jettent pas leurs déchets quand ils se baladent en forêt. Et là aussi, on a Alors, c'est un programme qui a été lancé en 2023, qui va jusqu'à 2027. Et d'après ce que j'ai pu voir, ça fonctionne plutôt assez bien. Et puis, il y a des initiatives... alors, c'est pas des initiatives européennes, c'est des initiatives un peu isolées de certains États. Là, je viens de voir, c'était ce matin, juste avant de venir. Parce qu'il préside à partir du 1er juillet l'Union européenne, c'est le Danemark, à la ville de Copenhague. C'est pour inciter les gens, les touristes, à avoir un comportement responsable quand ils vont visiter Copenhague. Si par exemple vous avez des systèmes d'incitation, par exemple si vous décidez de prendre le vélo, simplement vous prenez à vélo à Copenhague et aussitôt vous allez recevoir un bon pour aller visiter le musée de la ville gratuitement. Voilà, tout ce genre de petites initiatives, moi j'aime bien, je trouve que c'est plutôt sympa et c'est le côté vraiment incitatif, attractif et surtout pas contraignant. Et puis toute dernière chose, et je m'arrête là, c'est si j'ai un conseil, essayer de faire passer une idée, c'est que en fait on s'aperçoit en discutant avec les gens que beaucoup de personnes trouvent que c'est vraiment bien, que l'idée du nudge, tous ces côtés dont on vient de dire, ça vaut le coup en tout cas d'aller voir. Mais il y a beaucoup d'initiatives que je considère encore un peu isolées. C'est-à-dire on travaille dans nos domaines. Et je rêve qu'à un moment donné, il puisse y avoir un grand lieu de ressources où, en fait, toutes les bonnes initiatives qui ont fonctionné, même si elles ne fonctionnaient pas, et dire pourquoi elles n'ont pas fonctionné, ça pourrait faire gagner beaucoup de temps parce que, en tout cas, pour moi, ça vaut le coup. Voilà, merci à vous.
Merci beaucoup. C'était vraiment incroyable pour tout le monde qui travaille dans les secteurs des comportements et des nudges. We have made our lists of all the things that our projects do and hopefully some of those that we don't do. And we must remember from your speech. Thank you very much. I'm sorry we don't have time. We're already running late for questions. Sorry? I can take one. So if there is a very good question, that's an nudge against asking. Okay. So, yeah, we can take one question. So, actually, I would like to say something. Thank you very much, because it has been really an exhaustive, very, very short, but going through all the aspects of nudges. I really thank you for reminding us that economists were just the ones who packaged the product into this nice American jargon, but in reality it was from psychologists. They already had a lot of literature on priming, and there are many studies. I claim that we don't have a general theory, so we don't know good rules of which nudges of which type are working in which situation. So we're still in this exploratory stage where we still find some things that work sometimes, somewhere. So thank you very much, really. So now we are going to the next session. Simone Cerroni and Anastasia Kannavou. I'm related to both of them, one with friendship and the other with nationality. And I'm not going to say all the great things I know of them. They will do a warm-up exercise on experimental session, and we will see how it works, or it doesn't.
Okay, it doesn't. Hopefully. Hopefully will, yeah. Have the microphone? Yeah, I do. Okay, so good morning, everyone. Welcome to Prudent's first policy workshop. My name is Anastasia Kannavou, and I'm from Green and Digital, the lead beneficiary of the policy work package within the Prudent project, with the title Green Nudges as a policy instrument for common agricultural policy post-2027 and European Green Deal policies. Today, this work package aims to do three things. First, to design behaviorally informed policy recommendations and tools for sustainable agriculture and forestry policies, to build the capacity for policymakers through guides, training, and participatory workshops, and finally, to support policymakers in their efforts to incorporate green nudges into future agricultural and forestry policies and relevant initiatives. As part of our tasks, a series of international policy workshops will be organized here in Brussels during the lifetime of the project that aim to support policymakers and decision-maker efforts to incorporate them into future policies. The primary aim of, maybe I'm not in the right slide. How I change slides? Yeah, I lost it. Okay, then. So the primary aim of these workshops will be to disseminate the results of the project, to provide evidence-based policy advice and raise awareness about green nudging solutions, and, of course, to transfer knowledge and build competence among policymakers regarding the project's findings and how they can integrate green nudges into their policy toolkit. So today, our first policy workshop is designed to inspire collaboration and drive impactful outcomes through three engaging phases. We will kick off now with the experiment session, the survey session, where participants will take part in a live behavioral survey. This approach will allow us to investigate how green nudges can effectively guide farmers and foresters towards sustainable decision-making. And following this, we will move into the formative session. We will share key findings from the Prudent policy analysis, the FSDN regulation benchmarking tool, and the latest insights from the JRC report on behavioral tools and policy. Finally, we will transition into the Learn session, which emphasizes co-creation and open dialogue. We will present the experiment results from the first phase that we will run right now. We will use Mentimeter to collect your input on the analysis and ideas presented during the conference. So the idea is to explore, learn, and shape the future of sustainable policies together. So now I will kick off our experimental survey session and introduce my wonderful colleague, Professor Simone Cerroni. Simone is not only a brilliant professor of agricultural and environmental economics at the University of Trento in Italy, but also an integral part of the PRUDENT project. He's been leading our efforts in analyzing green nudges and the behavioral factors that guide them. His expertise in designing and evaluating innovative experiments is invaluable, so I'm sure we will all gain from Simone. So the floor is yours, and now I have to change the presentation. I hope it's simple.
Too kind.
I think here we are.
Too kind, Natassa. Thanks a lot for the introduction. I'll briefly move on because some of this stuff have already been covered by Natassa. So thank you for that. And we go a little bit to the motivation. So why?
Sure we see the right? Yeah.
Oh, right.
We see the right presentation, maybe. No, here is.
All right. Sorry about that. So we will tell you why we are making you doing this exercise. Okay, and why we do this warm-up exercise survey, behavioral survey. I'll give you a little bit of introduction so you will understand a little bit the rationale. So within PRUDENT and within Work Package 1, we are doing a landscape analysis of green nudges used in agriculture and forestry, right, to facilitate the uptake of more sustainable management practices in those sectors, right? And we have been doing this in collaboration, in strict collaboration with the Politècnica of Milan, CMCC, and other partners. But basically, we took two steps, right? One is a literature review, so standard, desk work. But also, we did a survey, and more specifically, a best worst scaling survey. And the aim of this survey was to basically assess farmers and foresters' acceptance and perceived efficacy of green nudges. Okay? Why this? Because we think, and also the literature, corroborates our thinking, that these are two important determinants of determining whether a green nudge in agriculture and forestry becomes effective or not in the real world. Okay? So if a nudge is not acceptable, it's very unlikely that is going to be successful. And also, if a nudge is not perceived as effective, also, it's very unlikely that it becomes actually effective. And then we will see that these two things are quite correlated. But you see me, I think, 3 times today, so we will talk about this lengthily. So we got the farmers and foresters' view. Now, what we want to get is the expert perspective, okay? And this is a brilliant occasion for us because we have a panel of very qualified experts here. So we will basically ask you to take a short survey. So prepare your smartphones, iPhones, because you have to scan a QR code. But before doing that, why are we doing that? Because basically we want to explore whether experts have a good understanding of farmers and forester perspective, right? So if us, as experts, we don't understand what are the opinions, we have not a clear understanding of what are the opinions, the attitudes of farmers and foresters regarding nudge, well, we are not in a very good position to design effective nudges, okay? And that's what we want to test, basically. So I'll give you another little extra bit of information. Obviously, we are not. The survey that you are going to take is very similar to the one that farmers and foresters took, but there is a little twist. So in this survey, we are asking you basically to predict what are the most and least acceptable nudges for an average EU farmers, okay? And also we are asking you to predict what is for them, perceived as effective, right? The most effective and the least effective. This is all about perception. Okay? So I hope this is clear. So you will go through some tasks like this. It's very now unreadable because it's small, but basically you will have 7 choice situations, and in each choice situation you have a list of basically 4 nudges that they randomly change in each of these choice situations, and you have to pick which you think is most acceptable and least acceptable for an average EU farmer, right? So you have to pick 1 year, which is the least acceptable for a farmer or for a farmer in this case, and the most acceptable year you have to pick another one. And the same goes for the least effective and the most effective from a farmer again perspective. Now you don't have to do both tasks, so you have to now scan when I show you the QR code, and half of you will take the acceptability branch of the survey, and half of you will take the effectiveness, the perceived effectiveness of the nudges branch, and this is completely random, right? You cannot choose. You will be randomly allocated to one or the other, okay? And then, as Natasha was saying, at the very end, we will show your results, and if they align or not with what we have already gathered from farmers, right, in previous stages of the PRUDENT project. So this is the QR code. I hope you can scan it fine. I really hope so. If you have issues, raise your hand and we will try to facilitate. Is it working?
Yeah.
For some, yes. For some, not.
Doesn't work?
Bigger? So
yeah, maybe
can we make a full screen of... Or otherwise...
Is it better now?
Okay. Or otherwise, guys, yeah, that's another option. We make you doing some physical activity.
Yeah.
So this was a nudge in a nudge. And it will take, I guess, not more than 10 minutes. At the beginning, you have consent. And
Is everyone
sort of
connected
things.
with the surveys? Okay, great.
Great. It was a thriller.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Please unmute.
Relax. But the next session, how long is the presentation?
It's
So I don't want to put pressure on anybody. So take your time. But just checking, you know, how are you doing if you are about to finish, and so we can then move on. So I see few people still clicking, so I guess we are happy about that.
Yeah.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you. So thank you very much. And now we are going to move to the next panel. It will be moderated by Alun Jones, and the title is Green Nudges in Action. So Alun and the speakers, until everybody in the panel is settled here, you have time to finalize the survey maybe.
Thank you, everybody. If I can, I'm losing my voice now. If I can ask the speakers to join us, with Sophie, Gregory, Emilio. There's Emilio. I was looking for you earlier, and Simone, of course, who knows the place. So we'll take a short while to connect one or two presentations. Sophie was going to speak first, but she has a challenge with her voice this morning, so you come here. Yeah. So we've agreed that Sophie will go last to save her voice a little bit. So if you could, thank you for that, and thank you, Sophie, anyway for coming. So So we're going to try and save your voice and keep for the key messages and words. So we will start with Gregory, who's going to inform us about mainly about forestry, and then we will go to Emilio, and then Simone, and I don't know if Gregory, if you're set up to. Oh, you are. Great. So I'll just push ahead with Gregory Valatin, Principal Economist at Forestry Economics Research Unit. So we're going to learn in this session, hopefully, about nudges in forestry. Thank you.
So I'll tell you a little bit in terms of background about the UK forestry context, because that's quite different from some of the other European countries, before talking about some work that the team at Forest Research did about a decade ago on potential use of policy nudges in forestry, particularly in relation to climate change mitigation. So just to introduce Forest Research, it's the research agency of the Forestry Commission and basically forestry departments, government departments in Britain. And the economists sit within the Climate Change Research Group. And so Forest Research has offices across Britain, and I'm based at the one south of London at Alice Holt. As is Wen Hao, who's also here, part of the team, and Vadim, who's based at the one just outside Edinburgh. So some of the team is part of the Forest Economics Research Unit. And just to give you an idea that we don't specialise particularly in behavioural economics and policy nudges, but we cover a whole range of different areas. So if you're interested in optimal rotation length, for example, that's one of Vadim's interests, or agroforestry and food forests. We've got a new project that Wen Hao's involved in. And it's quite interesting to think about, in that regard, the overlap between forestry and agriculture, and these not necessarily sitting entirely within separate silos. So in terms of background, just a reminder that forest cover in Britain is quite low compared with a lot of European countries, although it's been increasing in recent years. But the rate of planting is relatively low compared with a couple of decades ago, and one of the challenges for government has been trying to increase it. And particularly in relation to climate change issues and reaching carbon net zero, the Climate Change Committee's advice to the government was to increase woodland creation to around 30,000 hectares a year to help it meet its net zero target, and that without role for woodland creation in Britain, it wouldn't be possible to meet its target, so it's an important component. And yes, and one of the challenges is to increase the woodland creation rate, which has been far below that in recent years. So it's been recognised across government that behaviour change is really important, and that's one of the aims of policy, and that nudges or changing the choice architecture has an important role to play. So through provision of information, changes to default policies, the use of social norms, etc. But actually, you could think about nudges as being complementary to other policy instruments. And if you were to have an institutional view on different approaches, you could see them in some cases changing the institutions which, or the rules of the game that structure incentives. So a lot of the research within our unit is more around the incentive side, but actually nudges also can impact incentives. So the particular definition that we focused on in the work a decade ago was of a nudge was ways of influencing people's choices without limiting options or appreciably altering their relative costs, or in other words, the incentives. And we adopted a typology of different sorts of nudges based on the EAST acronym. So making choices easier, more attractive, social or timely, which was a categorization that was used very much within the Behavioural Insights team, which was created in 2010 as part of the UK Cabinet Office. And thinking about potential use in forestry, we also reviewed some of the uses in wide areas. For example, making things easy by reducing friction. The example of insulation firms offering to clear lofts and dispose of unwanted junk that led to a 5-fold increase in uptake in insulation, even though the customer paid more. Or the way in which letters could be personalised to provide a better response, for example, in relation to payments. Or how things are framed, so describing a payment to households as a winter fuel payment, which led to being much more likely to be spent on fuel than if it had not been called a winter fuel payment. So thinking about creating woodlands, we can consider that as multifaceted and involving a series of different processes. And that nudges can apply at different stages within this process. So we focused on motivational readiness and stages of change model of decision making. And in terms of the different types of nudges that noted previously, we provided some examples of types of nudges that could help with that particular issue of encouraging landowners in particular, and others who might be interested in woodland creation, to create more woodlands. So if you want to make things easier, if you can pre-populate application forms and make them easier to fill in for grants, for example, then that may help. Similar to the insulation one, if you can identify particular sticking points that prevent people from taking decisions and offer a way to deal with them, that can help. personalisation again, and also salience, drawing attention to the role of woodland creation in addressing the climate crisis, for example. And in terms of social, perhaps encouraging public commitments and publishing pledges on websites, or making things timely, having more information following media coverage of climate change or flood events, for example. And we were also thinking about nudges in relation not just to climate change mitigation, but some of the wider policy goals. So, for example, flood risk attenuation, which we also produced a report in relation to the Slowing the Flow project at Pickering in Yorkshire. So nudges potentially can help overcome a range of existing barriers to woodland creation and also a whole range of other policy objectives being reached. They can be applied in a series of steps depending how you see the most important elements of particular decisions, and could also be targeted to specific groups. For example, different sorts of landowners or farmers, if you're interested in woodland creation, depending on their particular objectives. But also if one's thinking more widely in terms of investors or potential investors in forestry, for example. But the work that we were focusing on was more thinking about potential use of nudges rather than actual investigation of nudges in practice. And certainly at that stage, there was a need to investigate further to what extent they're actually effective. And I suspect that's still very much the case. So yes, some of the different potential target groups. And in relation to the link with incentives, often incentives have been seen to be insufficient to encourage landowners and others to plant more woodlands. So there's certainly a question around other policy instruments too and how those could usefully be changed. But then there's also scope for developing nudges to encourage uptake or creation of more woodlands. And of course, there's the wider issue too in relation to sustainability and the perverse incentives that currently exist in a lot of cases that mitigate against a more environmentally or sustainable land use. So some more of the thinking around insights from behavioural economics and potential for using nudges to encourage woodland creation can be found in a paper in Forest Policy and Economics, which is has a more positive suggestion towards the end around nudges as perhaps having a role akin perhaps to the butterfly effect in some cases. They may be quite small and relatively cheap to introduce, but their effects potentially could be quite big. And I was thinking earlier about issues around framing and agricultural policy and how, as part of a cost action that I chaired a few years ago, we had a visit to that included talking to some of the farmers in France near Vittel, and the perception had been historically that what farmers really needed to do was to get rid of trees from the landscape to increase agricultural production. And now we've almost come full circle that we're appreciating planting trees again. And how people think about their decisions and their land use choices can be really important. So I think that's my 15 minutes. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Gregory. I think Nikos said it this morning that we're coming together for the first time here, and I think that we are. This conference, we're actually learning together as we move along, and this is the first conference in a set of 3. So I'm very impressed by what I've seen so far. So that leads me to my dear friend Emilio Gil. I thought he was going to come with his saxophone and use his musical talents to nudge us. I can't see it with him, but he is an expert in many areas, training in pesticides prevention, new technologies, so I'm really looking forward to see what he's got to tell us now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Aaron. Good morning, everyone. I'm not joking with my voice. I have the same, not so big problem as you, but sorry about that. First, I would like to thank you to all of you for the invitation to be here. It's nice to see good friends here from the previous projects. Very nice. I'm not expert in so many things. It's impossible to be expert in everything. So I try to play saxophone in my village in Zaragoza. But now I'm here, coming from the field trials yesterday in Leuven. In fact, I took the train early this morning. Let me explain you why I'm talking about this. I'm here because I'm passionate about education, training. I'm full professor at Politècnica University of Catalunya in Barcelona since 36 years, so it's a long time. And I think that if we are not able to guarantee good training for end users, for farmers, doesn't matter whatever you can produce in our research projects. And that's what we are trying to fill in the gap between this technology and the end users as farmers and advisors. We are working since years in one of the most critical topics in Europe, which is the use or non-use of pesticides. Well, it's familiar for you, this farm to fork strategy. You know, some day someone woke up in the morning and said, from now, we are looking for 50% reduction of pesticide by 2030. But it's not a question to turn off one out of 2 nozzles. We need something else. Farmers need something else. Then we started to work. We prepared proposals. We had nice European projects. We developed interesting devices, high-tech devices. And then the European Parliament rejected the proposal. Then what was our face in front of the farmers? So you said the day before that we had to reduce by 50% now, not what happened here. Sometimes farmers can reduce 50, sometimes 60, sometimes only 10%. But there is a huge gap between technology and the real use of this technology. Yesterday we tested some new technology in Leuven, as I mentioned to you, where we used artificial intelligence, we used cameras, we used a lot of technology, with the sprayers able to put a single drop over every single plant. Incredible. Now they are making an official demo today with my colleagues there. And then when we moved to the end users, we started the project in Spain, in the south of Spain, where a huge company producing 1 ton of leches daily. And when I asked them, how do you regulate your sprayer, how you calibrate your sprayer, the answer was, I have no time. 1,000 liters per hectare doesn't matter. Doesn't matter the leches, doesn't matter the cabbage. No sense. That's the reason why we started this Renovate project. I'm going to tell you about that. So first, if you want to go to internet, it's Renovate project altogether.eu. Be careful because there is another Renovate project focused in batteries. It's not this one. This is Renovate. The main idea is, as we have technology, and as we have farmers have mandatory training programs in Europe, if they want to use pesticides, if they want to apply pesticides, we have different training levels. Basic level, 21 hours training course, advanced level, 74 hours, whatever, and the most sophisticated. If you take a look on the contents of the training courses, see huge differences among countries. Even within the same country, we have only 17 local governments in Spain, one more than in Germany. So 17 different criteria. And the most important aspect, far away from the real situation, far away from the latest technology. So there is no sense to train farmers with the talking about technology from the First World War. Now we have artificial intelligence in sprayers. It's amazing what can we do with technology. In our research group, we started with what we call variable rate application. So as you can easily understand, big tree needs huge amount of pesticide. Small tree, low amount. Then we started 25 years ago using ultrasonic sensors. I remember I paid 600 euros for the first ultrasonic sensor early in the 2000s. Now, all of us, we have plenty of ultrasonic sensors in our car. It costs 25 euros, nothing. So technology is, the price is reducing, reducing, and reducing. The most expensive topic or aspect is to find available farmers able to turn on the tractor, use the computer on the tractor, and understand the process. And this is training. And that's the reason why we established this Renovate project. Renovate, the idea is, we have a big problem in Europe concerning agriculture. The average age of farmers is like me, around 60, 62. What will happen in 10 years' time? So we need new generation in agriculture. But we need to engage them to stay in the agriculture sector. And it means that we need to guarantee good prices. I'm not an economist, of course. I'm not going to talk about the economy. But recently, we organized something in the south of Spain, in Almeria, and we offered this high-tech, new technologies, new devices, everything. And one of the farmers told me, I like to buy all of those devices. I'm happy with that. But I just came from the market, and I received 80 cents per kilo for my tomatoes. So with those prices, they cannot invest. But this is something to be solved for someone, not me, maybe you or someone else. We need to engage new generation. So please raise your hand if you have not a cell phone. All of you have a cell phone, right? Including me. A smartphone. There is not any smart technology. You are smart. This is just technology. The idea came to me in the metro in Barcelona. When I was there, and a lot of people were losing their time playing with some colored balls or playing basket or playing things. So I said, why not to organize some serious games or simulators or things, but link it to education. We already developed the first one, how to calibrate your sprayer, but with challenges, with points, with prices, with people in the beach. The other one is still in the... so amazing. And this is the idea of the Renovate project. We already started with this platform because everybody has this smartphone or cell phone in his or her pocket when go to the fields. Nobody brings the computer to the field. Then the idea is to interconnect farmers all around Europe using this platform, playing games, not a soccer competition, but a drift reduction competition or whatever. Simulators as well. We are already in the first step of developing a simulators game. We have in the consortium clever partners. They have no idea about agriculture, but they produce impressive simulators about surgery at the hospital, for example. Something linked to that, similar to that. Engaging farmers on this. First part is this platform containing serious game, containing simulators, and important languages. So all of us, we try to speak and to try to understand English. But Spanish farmers, they only speak Spanish. Italian farmers, they only speak Italian. So we need to arrive them in their local languages, in a practical languages. And with the easy tools, because one of those games we already developed, of course, there's some formulas we need to use. And we tested with more than 2,000 farmers in Spain. And the most popular opinion was, yeah, but this formula is quite complicated for me. Very simple formula. So we need to think about them in their languages. Then, second pillar of the Renovate project, we have plenty of European projects. We had the fortune to collaborate in previous European projects, in Noseta or Optima, whatever. European Commission is putting a lot of money in Horizon 2020, whatever call. What happened with the results of the project at the end? What about the sustainability of the project? How many platforms that already in some dark box? How many developed there because funds are no more funding? And then what to do? So within this Renovate, we selected 15 results from 15 different previous European projects, and we will put in practice. And we'll take this to develop this training material to offer the local authorities, in Europe authorities, to use that. Because farmers, they are the first interested in do the things in a proper way. They are the most important in favor of sustainability. They are not stupid, but they need to control their diseases, the pests of diseases. And then first is money. They can reduce. We have been able to demonstrate 30, 40, 50% of pesticide reduction while maintaining the quality of the crop. And then we have technology. And then the last, but not least, discussion is, maybe you are not familiar with this topic, but when you see a receipt of your pill, when you go to the doctor, say 3 pills per day, 1 pill every 8 hours. Or I remember when my son, he was a kid, there was a medicine that is based in 10 kilos per kid. So 1 spoon per 10 kilos. When we talk about the pesticide dose, if you take a pesticide level, you say 2 liters per hectare. Talking about olive trees. How big is the tree? How many trees do we have in 1 hectare? 1 hectare is 10,000 square meters here and in China as well, but depends on the tree. We are now working within a European task force, which is also included in this activity of the project, trying to consider technology in the recommendations, right? Because if I'm a farmer, I'm able to invest 200,000 euros in the sprayer we saw yesterday. There is no sense to apply the same amount than the other one using a sprayer very old. And all together, I'm going to the end already, is linked to education. So we can have everything in the market, but if not, it's just for business for someone. But then we need to educate farmers, and that's the point. New generation, young farmers, male and female, and last thing, we come from the same city in Zaragoza. My village is in Zaragoza, 400 inhabitants. I cannot convince my colleagues to use technology because we have not internet connectivity in our villages. I live in Barcelona, very fast connection, but in the rural areas, and this is something to be solved. I really, thanks again the opportunity to be here. Please, I really invite you to go renovateproject.eu and That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Emilio. Very different presentation, and training and education, new technologies, and using that to nudge or to change the dose. Games, simulators, languages, sustainability. The proof of success. You mentioned that, and I think that's important, that when we use nudges, or we can actually prove that they did work. And you mentioned the attractiveness of farming as well, which I think is, all these issues come into the play when we work through this project now, and all of the things you mentioned are going to come into what we have. So now we will move to Simone Cerroni, Associate Professor of Agriculture and Environmental Economics at the University of Trento. He's already met you this morning, so I won't introduce him fully. Here he is. Thank you.
Thank you so much. But basically, now I'm going to show you the results, right, of the survey that you just took. But you know, on the farmer and forester sides, and that's why the title of the talk is "Farmer and Forester Acceptability and Perceived Efficacy of Green Nudges to Foster More Sustainable Production Patterns." Okay. So very important to acknowledge that this is a joint effort. You see in my slide there is a bunch of people, and some of them are in the room. But most of the credit goes to Francesca Romana Barba, who is a PhD student at the University of Trento, and probably Julian Picard, who is a postdoctoral researcher at the Politècnica of Milan and CMCC. I'm going to skip my first two slides very, very quickly, you know, because previous speakers have done an excellent job, a brilliant job in explaining what a nudge is, the different type of nudges, how these can be and should be integrated in with other policy tools, regulatory incentives, and so on and so forth. And as we have just listened from you know, Emilio, also very, very, very important in technology adoption, right? So what I'm going to focus instead, but very briefly, is in a nutshell, I'm telling you what is the state of the art and what is the focus of the literature on nudging so far. So we have been doing, as I told you, within the PRUDENT project. Obviously, this research is part of the PRUDENT project, as you see from the logo, and you have, as you have learned before. We have conducted this literature review, and we counted around 80, 90 studies focusing on nudging, green nudging in agriculture and forestry, okay? And all of them focus mainly on whether a nudge, a green nudge, has been effective or not in the adoption of a sustainable practice, you know, or a smart technology, a new technology. But very, very few, to our knowledge, only one focuses on why a nudge is actually working or not. Okay, so our research, as you have gathered by now, is mainly focusing on the why. So far, some colleagues of us, Lisbeth Collin, Jens Rommel, and others, have done some work on the acceptability of nudges for a sample of Swedish farmers. And we contribute, obviously, to this literature, I guess we could say in several ways. First of all, because we also had another dimension, which is perceived efficacy, as you have seen from the survey, and we got this idea from the literature beyond agriculture and forestry. Right? In this literature, it's actually shown that these two aspects are actually correlated among each other. And we really don't understand how, but one drives the other and vice versa, right? And, you know, I always make an example, some in the room, they already know it, about vaccination and coronavirus, right? So some of the people that were very against vaccination, and so a vaccination was not acceptable, you know, for them, then little bit by definition, it was also not perceived as effective, right? So there was a little bit of confirmation bias, and vice versa. People who thought that it was actually effective, they also were more willing to accept the technology, we could say, if we make the paradigma plant health, which I really liked, and human health, and there are several similarities. So these are basically our contributions. As I told you in the previous presentation, we think, and the literature tells us that these are two important determinants then on whether a nudge is actually effective or not. And then we add also another dimension. So we know that nudges are basically driven by behavioral dimension, behavioral mechanisms, right? So in our survey, we also elicit these behavioral mechanisms behind the nudges, and we try to understand whether acceptability and perceived efficacy is driven by these behavioral determinants. Another example to make your life easier. Think about a person who in our survey states that, you know, it doesn't bother much about what the other do, right? Also peers, you know. For this person, probably, you know, a social norm nudge is not too effective, okay? And maybe, as I told you before, for just a shift, also not acceptable, all right? And this is just to give you a brief example. Obviously, behaviorally speaking, is much more difficult, disentangling these two elements, but that's just to give you an idea. And you know, we test this acceptability and perceived efficacy in 4 different countries, which are also the use cases we have in our projects. And so, as you see, we have Italy, Lithuania, Belgium, and Finland, and the first 3 focus on agriculture, while in Finland, for obvious reason, we focus on forestry. And here you can see also the sustainable practices we were actually focusing on in relation to the nudges, right? So the nudges we propose, and you will see in a while, are adopted to facilitate the uptake of these sustainable practices, right? So in Italy, for instance, we have viticulture, and the sustainable practice is the adoption of a green insurance. So this is an insurance that basically has some financial benefits for farmers who are more sustainable in their management of the farm. In Lithuania, we focus on arable crops, and sustainable practice, no wonder, is crop rotation. In Belgium, livestock and buffer strip, also, you know, a well-known example. And in Finland, obviously, forestry, and we have a continuous cover forestry as sustainable practices. Here you see also some numbers. This is the number, the respondents, so the farmers and the forester who took actually the survey, very similar to the one you took here before. And in terms of acceptability and perceived efficacy, we focus on this list of nudges, right, that we deem to be the most important in our work. Now, I'm not going to define them because to some extent we have seen all of them, you know, previously. So, but we have default option, timely reminder, reminding of the risks, information on others, social norm, making it visible, farmer positive role for what concern environmental issues, and future prospects, okay? And then, you know, as you have already seen, the foresters and the farmers took this survey, and just like you know, in each country they were split into groups, right? One on acceptability and one on perceived efficacy, you know, and this is also to avoid fatigue effects. The survey would have become too long. And just like you, they took part, they actually made choices in 7 choice situations. And a brief methodological note, you know, the randomization that was used, you know, in the 7 choice situation, behind this there is a statistical procedure, right? And which makes our choice card more effective in the sense of information gathering, okay? Once we get the data, as people are doing at the University of Trento right now with your responses, we estimate these models, also here very brief, but what is the take-home message of these slides? And from your responses, using statistical procedure, we are able to calculate preference share. So what is the percentage of choices that determine whether a nudge is more accepted or less accepted, or more perceived as more effective or less effective? And finally, you know, results. So this graph is about the overall sample, right? So we mix together farmers and foresters from all countries, and the blue bar is about acceptability, and the orange bar is about perceived efficacy. And from these slides, we can already gather some nice information. First of all, there is a very strong preference for timely reminders, okay? That they have been perceived as very acceptable, but also as very effective, okay? And this tells you another story, that these two things, as the literature, these two dimensions, as the literature already told us, are very correlated. And you can see here from the pattern, right? If a nudge is accepted, is also perceived as effective, okay? On the other spectrum, we do find that information on others is perceived as the less effective and also is not accepted that much, actually as the lowest level of acceptance, okay? And this is, you know, kind of confirmed from the literature, right? We know that social norms, nudges, are, let's say the effectiveness is very heterogeneous, right? But on average, they are not able to make a huge difference, right? In farmers' behavior. All the other very uncertain preferences, okay? That they have not, farmers and foresters, they have not strict opinions about acceptability and efficacy. So let's see country by country, very small, but I'll try to guide you with some visual cues. So timely reminders is still, in the 4 countries, one of the most accepted, right? And this shows consistency, right? Independent from the country, and independent from whether you are a farmer or a forester, which is also quite interesting, timely reminders are seen as very acceptable and are perceived as very effective. And this kind of makes sense, okay? Because timely one of the problems, as we were listening before regarding nudges, is about, you know, their fairness, their transparency, to some extent their ethical dimension, right? And timely reminders in this sense is the one which is probably less controversial, okay? So no wonder that is accepted, and then we see also correlation, so if it is accepted, it is also perceived as effective. On the other end, as shown before, also information on others is ranking very low, both in terms of acceptability and both in terms of perceived efficacy in all countries, in all dimensions, forestry and farming. But there is heterogeneity, okay? Now you cannot see that, but I will show you in the next slide. And to make you an example, we see the one of the default option. Okay, so see Italy and Lithuania, default option is ranking very low, the least, right? Accepted and perceived as effective. Belgium and Finland, completely opposite results. Okay, so we have tried to we thought a lot about this. We have some insights. You know, maybe we will discuss this later. So we expect questions on this. But this is quite striking. Okay. Also, and then this is the last bit, I was mentioning about the role of behavioral factors. So in the second part of the survey, for farmers and foresters, for the sake of simplicity, you know, you were not exposed to this. You have been otherwise killing us. Farmers have to answer different mechanisms that were different questions that were trying to mapping the behavioral mechanisms they perceive, right? And we have a bunch of questions on confirmation bias, trust in science, risk preferences, loss aversion, virtue seeking, influenced by norms, environmental concern. You know, now I'm going really briefly about this because I want just to show you some results. And this is very preliminary results, and these are just correlation heat maps, okay? So the discussion of this is very complex, so I just highlight some results, right, that might give you a better idea of what this means. So this correlation heat map is about acceptability. So blue means that the behavioral dimension, right, the behavioral factor, is highly correlated, for instance, with future with acceptability of a nudge. The red one means that they are negatively correlated. So let's have a look at this blue one on the top. So people and farmers and foresters who were quite concerned about environmental issue, they were more willing to accept a nudge which basically describe the future benefit of adopting the sustainable practice, right? And this kind of makes sense, right? We expect this correlation. So these results kind of back up the story that behavioral factors, individual behavioral factors can actually explain results in terms of acceptability of perceived efficacy. And this is another example. For instance, people who are influenced by norms, so for instance, by what the others do or think, they are more willing to accept an information on other nudge, which is a social norm nudge, telling you, for instance, what the other are doing or what the other think, right? So what about perceived efficacy? Again, I'll just highlight a couple of boxes here, right? So we see that, again, talking about the correlation between the two dimensions, that again, environmental concern is positively correlated with future prospect, right? And this strengthens the correlation story between acceptability and perceived efficacy. Another example, people who are virtue seeking, so people who seek sort of confirmation by the other, right, are willing to accept more a making it visible nudge, which is, for instance, a logo that shows you that you are adopting the sustainable practice. And here you have obviously a positive correlation. But talking about correlation and consistency of results, we find also some contrasting results. For instance, if you remember in the previous slides, people who thought who are actually influenced by what the other thinks or do, it was correlated with the social norm nudge in terms of acceptance, but not in terms of perceived efficacy. Okay, so we find here a mixed bag of results.
Simone, if we could.
Yeah. For the negative correlation, we see that basically most of our behavioral factors don't correlate with the default on option, but this is just because the default option was consistently the less accepted and perceived efficacy. So to wrap up, acceptability and perceived efficacy are highly correlated in agricultural and forestry domains. Timely reminders is consistently accepted and perceived as effective. Information on others, no. And we see some substantial heterogeneity in these results, okay, across countries. Behavioral factors also, we see this correlation with acceptance and perceived efficacy. And this is to strengthen the story we were thinking about at the beginning, right? If we don't understand really what farmers are thinking, it's very unlikely that we are able to design nudges that are effective, okay? This is the whole theme of this presentation. Just a bit of self-promotion. We have this webinar coming next week about another European project which is related anyway to PRUDENT, which is visionary. So if you want, you are more than willing to participate. Thank you so much.
And now, last but not least, Sophie, and we'll see how her voice goes, and hopefully she'll be able to deliver. So Sophie is from INRAE in France. Thank you, Sophie.
Thank you. Sorry. Okay, I've just put this title because I wanted to be a bit provocative. And when I say disappointing in practice, it's because we have those projects on nudges, nudging farmers. And I would really like to discuss with you whether this is the right avenue and whether really it is as promising as we tend to believe. So I've pushed a little bit this further than what I really wanted, but because I wanted to make a point. Yeah? Can you understand me? Okay, so I had a very long presentation. I'm going to skip most of it. Don't worry. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, just something is, there was this very strong interest, as you mentioned, for the role of motivational and behavioral factors in farmers' decisions to enroll or at least to adopt new agri-environmental practices. This is what I'm focusing on, really. And of course, nudges came as an easy solution to use those motivational factors and increase the rate of uptake of those new practices that would be more environmentally friendly. There were a number of groups, research groups, for example, that developed, like one of them is RECAP. We are part of it. You came here. Others like Jesus came here as well, which is how can we try to measure the true impact of those nudges. So there was a lot of academic work and therefore research money involved into measuring the causal impact of nudging tactics. So really what is attributable to nudges and not to other confounding factors. And we have, in the economist community, we have these fancy, sophisticated methods to measure the true impact of nudges. And what I wanted to take you through, but I won't have the strength to do that, is a number of publications that try to measure this effect. Okay, and so I'm not going to do it, but I'm showing it so that your interest is raised, and then you want to read my presentation because I'll give it to Nikos and it can be distributed. But I haven't done a meta-analysis. I haven't done a full survey of all what was published. Others are doing it at the moment. But I just took a few of them and looked at them. And in most cases, if I want to cut a long story short, the impact of nudges for farmers are quite small or not even significant, statistically speaking. So, for example, there were lots of works done on how can we increase farmers' participation in agri-environmental schemes. And most of them, because that's the easy way, and researchers sometimes we look under the lamppost, is sending letters. And in these letters, we try different types of nudges, and we've mentioned them. You know, it's information nudges, but it can be empathy nudges, social comparison nudges, and we try to measure so we have a control group, so we do it with randomized controlled trials. I guess everybody sort of knows what it means. We have a control group, and we have a treated or several treated groups, and we can easily compare the impact of this policy intervention. And basically, the conclusions of those works, they are done with a lot of statistical power. Like, we send between 10,000 and 40,000 letters for the Americans, because they're so. And basically, the results are not very much. There is a small, the relative effect size of any kind of nudges, I mean, I'm not going to describe them, are quite small, all right? And that's something I want you to bear in mind. And of course, the authors, and I did the same. I'm a researcher. I've measured lots of nudges, and I insist on the benefit-cost ratio, because it's an easy intervention. It doesn't cost very much. So even if the impact is small, well, the cost is even smaller. So it's worth doing it. And we have all these calculations that enrollment in the US in the Conservation Reserve Program is just going to cost an additional $58, because that's the cost of sending those letters. All right, okay. But it's a bit short. We also had nudges, I looked at the literature, on accelerating the adoption of innovations by farmers. And that's echoing a little bit what Emilio was saying. So there was this one which said, which you mentioned as well, I think, but say, basically, unless we combine many nudges, sometimes we find an effect. We're very rarely able to explain it. I did another one. This one I'm just going to say you a little bit more, tell you a bit more about it, because it was slightly more subtle. What we wanted to do is use a priming nudge to encourage farmers to adopt a kind of social technological innovation, which is adopting low-carbon farming practices and have this low-carbon label, which allows you then to be remunerated for the avoided carbon emissions. And the priming nudge, so it was again, it was a survey experiment. We sent this to farmers, and we sent them information on this low carbon level. And of course, we had different treatments. And in one of the treatments, we used this priming nudge. This priming nudge was using a vocabulary to describe this low carbon level, this low carbon label, to describe it with words related to innovativeness. Because what we wanted is induce innovative farmers to accelerate the pace of adoption. A little bit like what you're seeing on the top, you know, this S-curve adoption curve. And if we are able to accelerate the adoption by the most innovative farmers, then maybe we'll reach the kind of tipping point of accelerating the innovation, the adoption for the less innovating farmers. So our target was the most innovative farmers. Okay? But when we sent letters to, it wasn't letters, but when we sent this survey to farmers, we didn't know who was innovative and not innovative. So this priming nudge was used for all our treated group. And our assumption was that this priming nudge would have a positive effect on the most innovative farmers. It would induce them to declare that they are interested in adopting this innovation. and we use these words as, you're going to be the first, you're going to show the way, etc. Okay? But our other hypothesis was that the least innovative farmers could be put off by this kind of nudge, okay? Which is basically what you're saying about heterogeneity of motivational factors. And that maybe altogether in our treated group, we had innovative farmers and less innovative farmers. Maybe the average effect would be almost null, because the positive effect of on the most innovative farmers would be, can you say that? Not crowded out, it's not the right word. Counterbalanced by the negative effect on less innovative farmers. So we had a way to measure the degree of innovativeness of farmers with a number of psychosocial questions. And we then, when we got our survey results, we compared and we looked at the two subgroups and which tried to see whether this priming nudge had a differential effect on those two groups. Well, no effect at all. And it was it was a survey with power 6,000 responses, because we're a big country, we have many farmers. Okay, so just to say, let me skip this. The message I want to send to you, and when I'm saying this, I'm shooting myself in the foot as well, because I've published a lot on this. I've been one of those who have been part of this community. But now thinking about it, first of all, you know that nudges, they target the system 1 decisions, okay, those which are fast, automatic, intuitive, submitted to errors, rather than the system 2 decisions, the more reflexive one, the one which require thinking, which are often high-stake decisions. And the fact is that in the research community, we have a tendency to test weak nudges for high-stake decisions which pertain to the system 2 decisions, with big consequences in terms of investments, in terms of revenue, okay? And maybe this is the wrong way. Well, that's what I'm saying. The other thing, and maybe if we want to test nudges with farmers, I'm not saying it doesn't work at all. I've seen also 50% of the research work that I have consulted, it has a small effect. But it's mostly on those easy, routine, repeated decisions that farmers make. And it's funny, I haven't changed my slides, Emilio, but I gave as an example, before you talked, adjust the nozzles of pesticide sprayer. That's easy done, and often they don't do it. Okay, well, maybe here we can use nudges. But using nudges to say, you're going to change entirely your farming system, and it might be, maybe we're going too far. Okay, 2 more slides. Yeah, finally. There are also nudges that backfire. You think they're going to have an intuitive effect, and they have the reverse effect. We've written a paper on this. Maybe you're interested. It's on the slide here. And it's not something only with farmers. In fact, if you look carefully at the literature, you see that there is a growing literature to say, well, nudges don't work that well. Okay, and outside the farming community, and Sunstein himself, the father of nudges, wrote this article which is nudges that fail. Okay, so I'm not going to list this. You can read it later. And let me skip this as well, but where is it? Where is this guy? And yeah, something else. Another paper you need to read is De La Vigna and Linos. So it's in Econometrica. So you might think, Econometrica is too hard to read, but you still need to read the first few pages because it's very enlightening. And they show that, in fact, there is a very big difference between the already quite small effect size that we observe in research compared to what we observe when we measure effect size in true trials at scale. For example, those which were conducted by nudge units with not just a few hundred farmers or a few thousand farmers, but with millions of citizens. And in fact, the effect size, average effect size for different types of nudges is very small. It's 1.4 percentage point, okay? Just to put things in perspective. And I'm finishing with this. It's a promising avenue. I haven't got time. Maybe an even more promising avenue. I think Jesus attracted my attention to this. Farmers or citizens are not the only ones which are subject to behavioral bias. Policymakers are as well. In fact, researchers as well. And it's interesting as well, like these biases of overconfidence. We think that we understand better than others. Over-optimism. We think that our type of policy is going to work better than others. Well, those behavioral biases, there was this very good report written on how we can also try to work with policymakers, be they European decision makers, national or local, and see how we can also learn with them how to reduce their own behavioral biases when designing policies, okay? Because otherwise, we end up always with the same types of policies because of these confirmation biases or over-optimism. So I think it's interesting. And in fact, I had mentioned this work by Vivalt, which is one way out is to work more with predictions, just like you're doing, like ask policymakers to make their own forecast of the conclusions or the outcomes of the policies that they are advocating, and then comparing them with the results in the field, but also with what other experts might say. And that's maybe one way of not de-biasing, but at least reducing those types of biases. And I'll finish with this. Should we spend so much money and effort on testing nudges with farmers? I'm talking to the research community here. Or should we focus our research efforts on understanding better the underlying mechanisms of behavior and anticipate the impact of these public policies which incorporate our understanding of behavior, but are not necessarily based on nudges? Okay. And Chatter and Lowenstein, I think I'm really encouraging you to read this paper as well, because what they're saying is there are tensions between what we call I-frame approaches, which are centered on individuals, on behavior, and S-frame approaches, which are centered on the system, the impact of rules, incentive, and institutions. And there was this big enthusiasm on I-frame approaches, I-frame policies, maybe because it's easier, and maybe we are neglecting all the S-framed policies. And so I'm just saying to you, make sure you take the two together. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophie. Don't worry, I'm not going to keep you long from coffee, and thank heavens the coffee smell has not nudged you out of the room already. But I think we need to give people a chance to ask a few questions. I'm going to stretch for 4 or 5 minutes. I think we had the perceptions of farmers, which I found very interesting, and I often wondered whether the perceptions would actually translate into action, because what they tell you and what they say and what we do is another thing. And I think Sophie came back to what Nikos started with this morning. Are we here to prove something, or are we here to find out the truth and about nudges? And Joe Healy is in the room. He's our farmer this afternoon. He represents the Farmers Union, and he's very important to us because we have to convince farmers. So, but then Peter Schmidt said this morning it's 52 billion on the Common Agricultural Policy. So even if a little thing like the nozzle works, add that up throughout the Common Agricultural Policy. I've spoken enough. Please, are there any questions about the presentations that you'd like to ask? I'd be surprised if there's no questions. Of course, Nikos.
I just have an observation about Simone's statement that if we don't understand farmers, we are very unlikely to find successful ways to intervene on them. The contrary doesn't mean that if we do understand them, we find ways to intervene. So the negative statement stands very strong. It doesn't mean anything about the positive direction.
Thank you, Alun. Thank you very much for the insightful presentations. Just a comment also from my side. Sophie, I wouldn't worry that much if nudges fail. Policies fail, regulation fail, even high-level ambitious strategies fail. So let's keep doing the best we can.
Thank you so much. So I have 2 points. So how the nudges work vs the gender, so farmers, for women and men, and also about the health impact, because I haven't seen the nudges related to the health impact. Thank you.
Simone, maybe, or Sophie?
On gender effect, I'm not sure I have an answer, even because the population is quite unbalanced, I would say. So even, I guess, the results we can find, they tell us something, but the question is how robust they are. Okay, but I don't have any insight on that. I don't know, Sophie, on the gender effect.
No, I haven't come across any, at least statistically, significant results that would show a different effect of nudges on women farmers and men farmers. But as mentioned by Simone, I guess it's because we have very few respondents who are female, usually. On health, I haven't seen, in fact, that would be interesting. Maybe there are, or maybe I don't remember them. There are many nudges, as mentioned by the speakers here, that remind farmers of their contribution to public goods and also and remind them also of the private benefits that they can get from adopting more sustainable farming practices. So, but something which would be exactly focusing on health, I guess, I don't know, maybe others would have responses.
Yeah. I'm afraid that even if we had gender differences in the diagnostic, because this is an intervention mechanism, I wouldn't be very optimistic about stereotypical differentiation to exploit the gender aspect. So if we aim at appealing to the differences in gender, we are not on the right track with other trends considering gender right now. So I wouldn't be very enthusiastic about messages or interventions that exploit the stereotypical gender-specific standards. So from a policy point of view, I wouldn't, it's not one of the things I'm going to exploit in my research.
But nevertheless, I think it will be a question that will come back again, and I think both projects should at least think about the answer and how we frame that answer. On health, if you are referring to occupational health in agriculture, Stefan van den Broek from the Leuven University has done research on nudges in farm safety. I can give you his reference, and this is not the subject of this, but if we're looking at nudging farmers to perform more healthier practices, which is linked to pesticides as well, He's done some work on that, so there is a bit of nudging, and we'll probably, hopefully, involve him later on. Yes, please.
Yes, it's not based. My question is not based on very hard science, but at least on a pretty long practical experience. Farmers tend more often to imitate, copy what other farmers are doing, their peers are doing, much more than what bureaucrats, researchers, or politicians are going to tell them. Are you taking this into account when you design your questionnaires in terms of asking these questions? Thank you.
Can I ask Simone that? Because I was also surprised by the imitation of farmers by others, because in IPM Works I can say that our principal success has been nudging farmers to copy their neighbour farmer to reduce pesticides, and we have evidence, I think, that that has worked, and I was surprised by the perception response.
So then, the others can follow up. Yeah, that's a common argument, right? Like when we start, I guess, designing nudges, that's one of the hypotheses, assumption we make. And I would say that this is also back up from the fact that most of nudges are based on social norms, right, in the literature. But still, the effect is limited. There is mixed results, and even our results regarding perception, right, support what is there in the literature. Now, from what I know, there are advances also in how to design this social norm, let's call it, or imitation, peer imitation nudges, in the sense that sometimes we have been maybe, to simplify, the nudge, we have been a little bit sloppy, in the sense like we say, okay, 70% of farmers adopt. But, okay, what does it mean for a farmer? And now I think there is research going on, it seems to me, that is looking more deeply into this, right? So are these, and Alexander, I think, is interested in this, is like, okay, are you following your peers or people who are similar to you or not? And that's a good question, I think, to address. And also how we design these imitation social norm nudges, in the sense that up to now, as I said, it's a binary. Yes, 70% yes and 30% no. But, sometimes it's more a distributional, and this is also something that I'm pretty sure other colleagues are investigating in the near future. And I don't know if Sophie, Nikos, or somebody else would to add something to this. Yeah.
I have a recurrent pattern that I'm finding in a couple of different projects about adoption. And when we're trying to fit theory and plant behavior, I know it's not a theory, it's a guidance. But anyway, so we find something quite consistent lately, and I'm interested in that, which makes me a little bit not so optimistic about jumping on the train of social norms, because maybe that it doesn't go in the right direction. So people use the social norm to justify why they don't do something, and they perceive behavioral control when they do something. So when you cross with red and you do it because so many other people do it, but when you comply with something, then you do it because you're a nice guy. So the social norm can be dangerous, because the people who, humans are very good in narrative, justifying their options, yes. And the social norm is such a nice excuse for not doing what you should.
I agree, and we find it consistently also with information. People tend to accept information that confirms, confirmation bias, their own prior, right, or good news, but they tend to discard, the information that actually is not aligning with their priors, or is bad news, right? So it's the same story, I think.
Okay, I think I'm going to close there because I think we all want coffee. No, I'm nudging you to the door. So, thank you everybody for this session. And this is just the beginning. So I think these questions will come up again and again. And thank you everyone for a great session. And thank you for all your voices and soldiering on. Thank you for all the people. Thank you.
Welcome back from a very inspiring coffee. It was great to meet some of you in person. Still discovering our colleagues. So in this session, we will open a little window to the two projects that are involved in this in the organization of this conference. ForestAgriGreenNudge and PRUDENT. It's clear that we didn't employ a marketing company to choose our name, an acronym. I'm here as well. Very good. As we were saying already, the whole idea starts from how unpopular are other alternatives to changing people's behavior, like imposing by law, encouraging with subsidies. Actually, this is quite popular, but people think of it as an ex post price to something they already do, so it's not such a guarantee that it changes any behavior. Taxes are very, very unpopular, and it goes punishing with fines. Anyway, so nudges is a nicer way to try to make people change behavior without any of this, but this doesn't mean that they are not compatible and actually coexist and could be even complementary to other types of policies. So in a very purely scientific world, we want to disentangle the things, and I think one area of research that is left uninvestigated is precisely the interaction between nudging and other types of intervention which are more frequent. First, I want to make a very quick reflection. So when we intervene in behavior, I hope all of you who are in favor of nudging, you are not ethically relativists, because a nudge and an intervention means that we know that there is the good thing and people must be encouraged to do the good thing. So if you think, oh, we don't know what the good thing is or whatever, then we shouldn't intervene. So one clear thing should be, and I'm not sure everybody thinks of it as clear as I do, that nudging means we know there is a good option, and that's why we encourage people to do it. Otherwise, we shouldn't. Okay. So this means a kind of very light paternalism, and precisely that's why nudges are so successful conceptually, because they combine the times we live, which is relativism, liberalism, and all this, with some kind of paternalism, and therefore it's light paternalism. Okay. So that's why they so much insist that a nudge should not reduce the freedom of choice. So it should work with people at the end choosing freely. So it should not limit the choices of people and minimizing the intervention to the absolutely necessary. So in our project, we did a lot of work already on how to define things. I'm in favor of defining things in the beginning, not at the end. And so we copied more or less the standard definition, which is an intervention in farmers and foresters' decision-making choice architecture, which favors in a systematic and predictable way the adoption of sustainable practices without modifying the economic incentives nor reducing the decision-makers' choice set, thus preserving their freedom of choice. And in this project, we went a little bit further to define some things that we saw already. They are in the other project as well, like one is efficacy, if it works. Efficiency is, so all this is taken from economic nomenclature, economics jargon. So efficacy is that it works. Efficiency is that it works without too high costs. So it must not be opposed by nudges, high effort on either side, financially costly, technically or logistically demanding to test and apply. Okay, so this would be, so we would like them to be, to have both efficacy and efficiency. And then we added one thing from the call, which is no significant harm principle. So it means we must be careful about externalities, about external effects. And the other, which is our invention, is the conscious nudging principle, which we want to use as a nudging device to make the nudgee aware. Therefore, okay, so everybody talked about system 1, system 2. In a very simplistic way, we favor system 2 interventions rather than system 1. Many years ago, when I was young, I had a favorite rock band called the Jethro Tull. This will separate you in ages, so some people know them very well and some people never heard about them. So Jethro Tull had a verse that I always found very interesting. It was, from Thick as a Brick, it was, I can make you feel, but I can't make you think. And I was a blues guy, and I thought, oh, feelings are so important. Why that? No. And now, after many years, I know that we can make people feel, but it's very difficult to make them think. And we would like our nudges to make people think, therefore, clearly heading and aiming at system 2. So the conscious nudging principle makes the person not only aware, not only a co-creator, but also someone who engages in the message, thinking that this is a message that can change behavior. First, his own. Second, it can be a weapon in his advice to the others. Okay? So this is, I think, something that we would like to do. We would like to avoid sludges, so bad nudges. These are manipulative. They have... so actually, there are quite a lot system 1. So they are manipulative. They find ways to make people do things unconsciously and even not necessarily voluntarily. Okay? And then the purposes also are bad, but this here doesn't work that if the purpose is good, then the nudge is good. No, it has, this is what we learn from behavioral economics. I will tell you one thing we know from behavioral economics is people don't only care about results, they also care about processes. So it's like in the Bible. It's not if you do good things, you're a good Christian. No, you have to do them in the name of good. In this case, it's not only something that works, but it has to work due to the right reasons. So this is part of our project's ideology and somehow desiderata. Maybe at the end we discover that you cannot be as nice as we want. But so anyway, so we have these objectives. I would go very quickly. I think it's quite important that we have a whole work on collecting, on learning from other initiatives. So in this sense, we're not so much into the development of nudges, but learning from other experiences. So we're heavily relying on what is already going on, even if people don't call it a nudge. So we really want to go and find initiatives where people do something, even it is a nudge, but maybe they don't even know. And then we have a classification objective, so we would like to make like a grid where all nudges are evaluated on these criteria of efficiency, efficacy, and compliance with our own ethics desiderata. Then we will test them in the field and assessed on a grid according to those criteria. Then successful nudges will be enriched by innovative nudges concerning information that we will create learning from the supply chain. So we go to the consumers and we learn, oh, consumers like this kind of product. So is this information a good nudge? I think it's a very important nudge to tell people, you know, if you do that, consumers appreciate it and they could even pay a little bit more. Okay, so news from the supply chain is our personal, our own nudge factory. And then we have something which we think is going to be the most important output of the project, what we call iNudge Academy, which is where we're going to leave all the wisdom that we're going to generate with clear guidance for applications, and we will try to live up to it in the future after the project is finished, and we will find ways to make it live beyond the project. And then finally, the diffusion of the results. This is trivial. This is the structure of the project. It's a little bit to organize ourselves, how it works. Don't worry too much about it. These are the work packages. And this is the map of our partners, classified according to their engagement in forestry and agriculture. I have to confess something. It's maybe obvious, but it was quite important in the development of the project. We had initially a much greater network of agriculture people, and for the purposes of the call, it's good to say the truth. We engaged more and more people in forestry, and actually we learned a lot, and the forestry part of our project right now is something we're very proud of. Okay, so we have timing, we have some conferences, so please, we have a site, and we also, so stay tuned and watch our future conferences. There are going to be another 2. In the first one, we will pretend we know nothing. In the second, we are going to verify that we're not learning long and well enough. And in the third, we will verify with a lot of evidence that we know not too much. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Nikos. Should I use this to share the slides for you? Okay, so. Yes, this is the one. Okay. Hello, everyone. Let me also make a brief introduction to PRUDENT project. I will walk you through the project, its work plan, and during the day we will have the opportunity, and we already have the opportunity to see more details about the outcomes of the first year of implementation of the project. So PRUDENT is promoting green nudging for sustainable agriculture and forestry. Back in 2023, when we initiated this proposal for this project, we had to consider some challenges, some key challenges that are still existing and very pressing today, meaning that we have a growing global population, we have climate change that poses significant risk to production, we have extreme unpredictable weather patterns, and we have agriculture, who is one of the main causes of environmental degradation. And on top of that, 10 million hectares of forest are being cut every year. There are strategies and instruments at EU level, but still significant efforts are required to achieve these ambitious targets that we have been discussing about of the EU Green Deal and its instruments. The CAP, which is the EU's largest and longest-serving policy, has had a limited contribution to EU efforts for climate change and adaptation. And it's crucial to foster the adoption of sustainable practices and smart farming technologies, both in agriculture and forestry, and to see how we can incorporate and foster the human factor that for so long has been neglected, to empower the adoption of such practices and technologies. So you know already very much about the nudging as a means to influence and shape behaviors better than me. When we started this project, we identified that there was a limited application of green nudges in agriculture and forestry sectors. So we wanted to bring our own efforts and experience into that field. So the goal of PRUDENT is to change the way agriculture and forestry systems currently operate and to accelerate the transition to sustainable systems by fostering the adoption of sustainable practices and smart farming technologies. How we aim to do that and how we have started doing that is by identifying the most effective green nudges in the context of appropriate behavior and experimental settings, to test these nudges in natural experiments, to employ innovative green nudging tools in the form of applications and web apps in the experiments, and to develop transformative pathways through social innovation business models and eventually policy recommendations. The policy part is especially highlighted in our project, as you have understood already through the policy insights and what we are going to present you later on about what we have done already. So we are a €3 million budget project. The Agriculture University of Athens is the coordinator of the project, and we are in total 15 partners, as you can see in the map. And our work spans across 7 interconnected work packages. For more information and to follow us, you can visit our website, prudentproject.eu. Let me say a few things about the project objectives. So we identify and map the range of decision-making factors that affect farmers and foresters' transition to sustainable practices and behaviors. Then we want to test innovative green nudges practices in the context of behavioral experiments, using also innovative tools. We aim to develop a portfolio of social innovations, innovative forms of cooperation and business models for promoting the adoption of sustainability-oriented innovations, and design policy recommendations and tools to contribute to the Future CAP and the European Green Deal initiatives. And of course, one main ambition in the project is to build the capacity of stakeholders involved around green nudges and disseminate and make the diffusion of the results of the project for upscaling the nudging practices. Here you can see the use cases. Simone also mentioned what are the use cases of a project. We have grapevines in Italy, arable farming and wheat in Lithuania. We have forestry in Finland, and livestock and specifically bovines in Belgium. So our project started in March 2024, and so we are a little bit more than in a year of implementation. And some of the key activities during the first year of the project was a systematic literature review for a current state of play in green nudging. We also put a big effort to our collaboration with relevant projects, past projects, and we want to build something that is integrated. So we have been exploring insights of green nudging from relevant past and ongoing projects. As Simone described earlier, we have had one online survey per use case, where we investigated farmers and foresters' baseline information about behavioral lock-ins and levers for sustainable behavior and sustainable practices, and to see what type of green nudges are more perceived as effective or sufficient. And we have been working on identifying promising business models, social innovations and models of cooperation affecting the adoption of such practices. We conducted 20 targeted interviews with stakeholders to create a portfolio, a set of 20 best practices of existing business models for sustainable agriculture and forestry. For this cause, we also had another online survey where we wanted to capture the norms, values, and beliefs and perceptions regarding the business models and innovative cooperation models. 28 interviews on the policy aspect with policymakers at EU and UC level to investigate, compare, and contrast needs and challenges in incorporating green nudges in sustainable agriculture and forestry. 22 interviews with farmers and foresters to investigate and analyze views on EU agro-environmental policies, eco-schemes, and the new European Green Deal strategies and action plans. Much effort was put to plan, organize, and coordinate all these activities by involving all key use case stakeholders. Farmers and foresters and other actors of selected value chains in the use cases. And co-creation is an integral part of the project, where we involve the use case stakeholders in the planning, in the decision making, in the implementation of our project's interventions, and in the validation of our results. So we are following a bottom-up approach in many aspects of our project, relating to the involvement of actual stakeholders in the field. And here you can see an overview of our consortium partners, and thank you so much for your attention.
So any questions, comments, suggestions? Improve our work, our project?
Everything is perfect. We don't have to change anything.
Mark?
Yeah, just a really quick comment that obviously we're in the first year of both of these projects, and we are intending to make sure we collaborate as much as we can throughout both projects, and that would include making sure we're using the same kind of language, so the same definitions of nudges, the same ideas and concepts. So we'll try and keep that communication going throughout.
Yeah, on the practical side of it, I think unless there are some actions which are happening somehow together, we leave this as a promise or a wish or a desire, but not. So we probably need to think about it and think how we can more. It's not about sharing publications. It's not about putting us in our papers and you putting us in your papers. But it's more about, as you said, about the jargon, about if some things are useful. I mean, I know that there are some things we can share very early, like our library, which is growing, our cases, our grid, not our greed. So, yeah. So, for example, there are some things which maybe you do as primary research on specific nudges, then we can, anyway, I mean, with the behavioral part of your project, if it's Simone, I have a very close relationship, so we could converge more on this, on the strategies and designs and everything.
Yeah, it's us and the Politècnica of Milano, obviously, on this. Also, maybe something, and I already informed Nikos about this, that we have a task in which we are trying to summarize findings from all projects that are working on nudging, so visionary, beetles, emphasis, and maybe, we would like to add, obviously, also your projects, and maybe, we can facilitate this exchange. Yeah. Yes. So that's something we can do it, I think.
Yes, I think it's early stages. So step by step, I think this conference is a very good first step, and we thank you so much for having us in the organization of this conference. And
thank you for doing half the job.
And starting from the specific task of incorporating the results in these ongoing projects, because we will now start to see what are the actual outcomes. This is a very good next step. So we should definitely see concrete ways on how to promote this collaboration between projects, which is a very high priority also for the European Commission, to see that efforts are not separated and running in parallel, but rather than working together.
Hello again, it's me again. We go back to our policy workshop. So this is the second part, the formative part of the policy workshop. We intend, to create a shared foundation of knowledge now, to have a common reference for all of us when we dive into the learn and final session of our policy workshop. We will begin with an overview of, let me see if I have a relevant, yeah. We will begin with an overview of the key findings, let's say, from PRUDENT's policy analysis, which I will present in a moment. And then I have two outstanding speakers here with me, whose work and experience are deeply relevant to this discussion. So let me introduce them. First, I'm delighted to have with us Petros Kokkalis, a former member of the European Parliament and a long-time collaborator, to say the truth, with over 25 years of experience in social and environmental innovation, from transforming Olympiakos FC, a football team in Greece, the biggest one, the best, into a leading European football club, to founding the Super League of Greece and to co-founding the environmental NGOs Earth and Climatica. Petros has continually bridged visionary leadership with systemic change. He served as a vice mayor at the municipality of Piraeus, the big port of Athens, where he promoted sustainable entrepreneurship. And from 2019 until 2024, he served as a member of the European Parliament representing Cosmos. And I had the honor to work with Petros as a leader of his office. And today he will present the FSDN regulation, which is specifically the benchmarking tool, which is relevant to our discussion. Petros was a shadow rapporteur during the regulations negotiation for the left, a political group. And I move to Dr. Jesus Barreiro-Hurle. He's a senior economist at the European Commission's Joint Research Centre in Seville and team leader for economics of plant health at the Economics of the Food System Unit. With a PhD in economics and, again, over 25 years of experience across the European Commission, the FAO, public research institutions, and the private sector, Jesus brings deep expertise in consumer economics, experimental methods, and policy design. He's also a valued member of the PRUDENT Advisory Board, and the JRC actually actively contributes to our consortium on experimental design and implementation. Jesus will share the latest insights from a recent JRC report, on behavioral tools in policy. It's so relevant and so useful to our discussion. So it is a pleasure and honor to have you both here. Thank you. And let me now begin with a presentation of the PRUDENT's policy analysis. It's me again, yeah. So yeah, the work package that we lead in PRUDENT is dedicated to exploring how green nudges can be positioned as a policy instrument for the Common Agricultural Policy post-2027 and the European Green Deal policies. Today I will share key insights, I would say, from our policy analysis, which aims to understand the current landscape of sustainable agriculture and forestry. Our goal is to analyze the existing policies and identify opportunities for integrated behavioral approaches. And this work is also documented in one of the PRUDENT's deliverables that will soon be accessible on the PRUDENT website for your reference. Our approach consisted of two main parts. We carried out an extensive policy mapping through desk research by reviewing the major EU strategies and regulations. This helped us to identify the gaps and the needs which are related to the adoption of these sustainable practices. And we also analyzed how these policies are implemented at both the national and regional levels in our project 4 case study countries that were already mentioned from my colleagues. And second, we conducted very interesting and insightful interviews with 28 policymakers at the EU and national and regional levels, and 22 with farmers and foresters. This approach allowed us, to ground our policy analysis in practical, real-world perspectives. And of course, as you expect, the policy mapping revealed that the EU has indeed established an ambitious sustainability agenda. The CAP 2023-2027 and the European Green Deal strategies and action plans set forward-looking targets. We all have heard about them. The CAP includes mechanisms like enhanced conditionality, eco-schemes, and agro-environmental climate commitments through which them support sustainable practices. And of course, for all EU policymakers and farmers and foresters, is seen as the primary policy instrument with the budget potential to address economic, environmental, and social sustainability. However, our analysis is reinforced by the input that we gathered from the stakeholders points to significant implementation challenges and notably policy practice abstracts. So a key issue is the complexity of multi-level governance. Policymakers acknowledge that while the CAP establishes the framework, its effectiveness depends on how member states implement their CAP strategic plans. Additionally, there is a widespread problem. Everybody talks about that. Also, we had with bureaucracy and administrative overload. Everybody seeks for simplification. The Commission revealed proposals last week, and we expect a new package of proposals until summer. I'm sorry for my voice. There is also a significant disconnection between policy design and practical realities. Farmers frequently felt policies were too abstract or designed without sufficient understanding of field conditions and of their needs. And of course, this can lead to policies being perceived, as a one-size-fits-all, which does not fit to agriculture and forestry at all. And of course, this disconnection, the lack of transparency that we heard a lot, the inconsistent messages, and the insufficient stakeholder engagement erode goodwill, causing resistance to even well-designed interventions, because those well-designed interventions exist. Both policy and farmers noted that insufficient data on key metrics at the farm level hinders the development of science-based policies and effective monitoring. And finally, our analysis highlights the ongoing challenge of balancing economic viability with environmental sustainability. This is a headache for all the farmers and foresters that we had the opportunity to talk with. But despite these challenges, our analysis also reveals important opportunities and areas of coherence to bridge the gap between policy ambition and on-the-ground practice. And what is really important is that we see that there is a shared vision for sustainability and promising avenues for innovation. Stakeholders emphasize the need for stronger knowledge system and cooperative structures. One significant insight is the necessity to engage not only farmers. It's not only about farmers. It's about the entire value chain in sustainability efforts. An EU policymaker explained that to break the unsustainable lock-ins, policies, and I use his exact words, must embrace the entire food chain rather than placing all responsibility on farmers. And additionally, there is a need to develop market-based incentives. A key opportunity identified is using behavioral insight and green nudges as part of the policy mix. Our interviews revealed that policymakers, while not always familiar with the specific term green nudges, I mean, we said green nudges and they didn't understand what they say. We had to explain each time to all of them. Nobody knew. When they understood, they showed optimism towards these behavioral tools. And once the concept was explained, many recognized this potential value and recognized that they have seen practices like green nudges or maybe have taken part in such kind of stuff. So policymakers view nudges as a promising complement to traditional regulation and financial incentives. They understand that applying behavioral science could enhance the adoption of sustainable practices, and they seek, however, robust evidence of effectiveness and caution against oversimplifying so complex issues that we have in agriculture and forestry. And they face challenges. They admit that they expect to face challenges in integrating these nudges into the common agricultural policy tools or maybe other kind of policies. Finally, the analysis highlights crucial opportunities, including those presented by progressive change agents. I mean, those innovative farmers and foresters that everybody seek for. A clear set of needs for policy improvement has been identified, and I don't want you to bother with so many details. So based on this, we have developed some very preliminary policy recommendations. Firstly, it is critical to simplify and streamline sustainable policy measures, but always there is the big how we do it and what we sacrifice to do it. Secondly, unlocking the power of economic incentives and market signals is crucial. We hear it a lot of farmers. They need, opportunities, market to bring opportunities. Thirdly, leverage of behavioral insights in policy design, but we have to do that carefully with experimentation and transparency. Policies should be designed with behavioral science in mind, and these nudges should complement, not replace, traditional tools and be ethically deployed with input from stakeholders. Then, harness the power of collective approaches. This is also very important for all the stakeholders. And environmental challenges require coordinated action between individual farms. Finally, policy processes must become more adaptive and inclusive. Institutionalizing continuous stakeholder engagement in policy design and monitoring builds trust and ensure measures are practical. To summarize, our analysis revealed that while the Union has an ambitious sustainability framework and still insists that it has an ambitious sustainability framework, significant challenges remain in translating policy objectives into practice. Bureaucracy, disconnect between top-down policy and ground reality, insufficient support systems, hinder uptake. Addressing these challenges require a more user-centric, farmer-centric, forester-centric, and human-centered approach. This includes simplifying rules, strengthening advice, ensuring economic viability, and carefully integrated behavioral insights alongside traditional tools. So, achieving sustainability ultimately requires listening to and empowering the individuals, the farmers and the foresters who make the choice on the ground, who do the job. As a Finnish forester wisely stated, the only effective way is for a forest owner to spend time in and study their own forest to understand its unique features and implement sustainable management practices. Additionally, a Belgian farmer pointed out legislation is created by people behind the desk. Listen to the farmers before making new rules. All these insights are we accept them, are crucial for PRUDENT's next steps, which will involve co-creating detailed policy recommendations and tools for adapting green nudges. We encourage policymakers to see projects like PRUDENT, Agri-Green Forest, as testbeds for innovative policy tools and approaches. So thank you very much for your attention. I hope it was not too much tiring. These reports are really difficult to communicate. And now I would like to pass the floor to Petros. Thank you. Give me a moment to share your here.
All right. Okay. First of all, let me thank you for the invitation and giving me the opportunity to engage with this wonderful community, making great new things, even if the farmers like it or don't like it. I specifically like the exposure to the idea, the difference between nudge and sludge. And I'm afraid, let's hope it goes that way. Like Natassa said, I had the pleasure to be part of the negotiating team of the European Parliament, and I would like to introduce you a powerful new tool, perhaps a very forward-looking innovation in the EU agricultural policy landscape today. The tool is the Farm Sustainability Data Network, or FSDN, and I would like to show you how this can serve as a bridge between ambition and action, and how it offers a promising platform for enabling sustainability through data, transparency, and behavioral insights. Let me begin by setting the stage. We are all familiar with the very high-level commitments of the European Green Deal, restoring biodiversity, cutting pesticide use, achieving 25% of organic farming by 2030. So the CAP for 23-27 somehow reflects these ambitions with its new eco-schemes, stricter conditionality, and performance frameworks. But if we are really honest with ourselves, we know that there remains a very large gap between policy intentions and what happens in day-to-day on the farms. Ambition, even where it is right now, is not the problem. Implementation and impact is the problem. So from I think all our work in broader European consultations, we've seen that one of the biggest obstacles is the lack of actionable farm-level data. And policymakers, when asked why more progress is not being made, they often mention that they lack precise, real-time insight into how practices are evolving. On the other side, farmers and land managers want tools that help them assess, adjust, and improve, not just tools that allow them to comply. These tools could be the green nudges. There is also a behavioral gap, obviously, to fix. Even when there is funding, there's a lot of funding, sustainable practices lag if farmers are not engaged. So it's crucial to speak their language and show practical benefits of these tools. And this is where the Farm Sustainability Data Network enters the picture. Starting this year, the FSDN replaces the older Farm Accountancy Data Network, or FADN, which served for decades as Europe's main source of economic data on farms. Now, the FSDN modernizes and expands this approach. It retains the economic data, but also adds environmental and social indicators. It's covering things like greenhouse gas emissions, fertilizer use, biodiversity, energy consumption, soil health, and, of course, labor standards. So the shift from accountancy to sustainability is more than technical. It represents a policy transformation. And we are no longer asking only how profitable farms are or are not, but also how resilient, regenerative, and inclusive they are. We recognize that without this information and without this visibility, we cannot manage the transition effectively. It would be like trying to fly a plane without the instruments. You might know your directions, but you wouldn't know how close, how far, how high or low you are. So how does the FSDN work in practice, or we hope it's going to work in practice? Each year, around 80,000 farms across the EU will participate in this network. These farms will provide data, ideally once, in streamlined formats. And in return, they will receive detailed feedback reports. What's important here is that this isn't just data collection for compliance. Farmers will see how their performance compares to that of similar farms in the region or sector. They will get benchmarked insights, showing, for example, how their nitrogen use, how their emissions, or soil quality scores, and compared to top-performing farms of the same type, which is something that was not as easily done with economic criteria. So this is where the behavioral insights can come into play. A sustainability benchmark is not a command, it is not a subsidy, it is not a tax, but it has power. People respond to comparison. In behavioral science, this is a nudge. And in agriculture, this kind of feedback, when presented constructively, may motivate change in a way that neither regulation nor financial incentives alone can achieve. For example, imagine a farmer who receives a personalized dashboard indicating that their farm uses 15% more synthetic fertilizer per hectare than the regional average, while also having lower soil organic matter. This simple insight, delivered, however, through a trusted advisor or an application, can hopefully prompt a rethink, perhaps a conversation with a cooperative or a change in management practice. No one is forced, but information creates an opportunity. This is the logic of green nudges, and the FSDN provides the data foundation that makes such nudges possible at scale. One of the most encouraging aspects of the FSDN is that it is designed not just for policymakers and researchers, but for farmers themselves. This is not a top-down system. It is built with participation and co-creation in mind. In fact, many of the member states and stakeholders involved in shaping the FSDN have emphasized the importance of minimizing the burden on farmers. The mantra, repeated in every workshop, in every negotiation, in every working group, is collect once, use often. That means reusing data that's already collected for CAP payments or environmental reporting, integrating it smartly and avoiding duplication. Several countries and member states are exploring how to align FSDN participation with advisory services or even offer benefits for early adopters. So now I'd like to reflect a little bit on the perspectives gathered through the PRUDENT project. Anastasia just said that one theme was consistency. People are open to innovation if it brings value. Farmers said that they are tired of bureaucracy, but they are not tired of improvement. They want to know where they stand, they want to reduce inputs, save costs, and manage risks more effectively. What they don't want is a flood of disconnected forms and regulations. Policymakers, for their part, welcome the idea of nudging tools, but only if they're grounded in real-world farm data and are designed transparently and equitably. This brings us to another important role of the FSDN. It empowers policy learning because the data is aggregated across regions and member states. It offers an unprecedented evidence base for evaluating what works and where, including nudges. And certain eco-schemes leading to measurable progress and environmental benefits? Are specific farm types falling behind in biodiversity measures? FSDN hopefully will help us answer these questions, which are crucial. And beyond that, it creates a public accountability. Citizens more and more expect transparency and how our food systems affect their environment, affect their own organism. With the FSDN, we'll be able to report year by year how we're progressing toward our Green Deal commitments, not through estimates, but through real data. So we must recognize the strategic value of this initiative as the FSDN strengthens the EU leadership in sustainable agriculture. And as we look ahead to 2030, I invite you to imagine a European Union where every farmer has access to a sustainability dashboard. Advisors and cooperatives use benchmarking data to guide their planning, where policymakers rely on real-time feedback from farms to shape the next generation of the camp, and where the citizens can see, through open and accessible reports, that we are making real progress together. In that vision, the FSDN is not just a data system. It is hopefully a culture shift. It provides the data foundation for policy innovation and makes green nudges possible at scale. So we hope this is going to be useful to your work, and I would like to thank you very much for your attention and for the invitation.
Thank you, Petros. Thank you very much. And now I would like to pass the floor to Jesus. I again have the presentation. Give me a moment.
Okay. Good afternoon to all. I have the pleasure to be the last sludge between you and your lunch, which is not too bad. Somehow, my presentation links far too nicely with a couple of things that have been said this morning. I mean, when the president of the NAT committee of the Economic and Social Committee of the EU said that in 2016 they had done a report and they had said behavioral insights are great for policy making. We gave it to the Commission. We never heard back from them. So it's a pity he's not here, but we've been doing things. I cannot claim that they were due to the report of the EESC, but we can report that we actually have been doing something. And the other part is when Professor Thoyer was mentioning that we have been nudging far too happily, and maybe we haven't thought too much about the real potential of behavioral insights, and that this might move from the I frame to the S frame, and that need to be broader. So here is also some reflection to see that maybe not the whole of the Commission, because whenever I speak, I have to state and disclaim that I'm speaking on my personal behalf and not of the institution that I work for. There's some thoughts going on. So I wanted to bring to you the reflections that the group of behavioral scientists inside the ERC have been having on how to make our work more impactful and powerful. So currently at the Commission we use behavioral insights, and we use behavioral insights like many other departments do. Next slide. So basically within our norms for making good policy, which is our better regulation framework, we want to have integrated approaches, we want to be transparent, use the best available evidence, and next slide. The best available evidence currently includes behavioral insights when we are trying to assess the policies that we are making. But we believe that we are missing an opportunity. Next slide. We'd rather, now click into the animation, we'd rather try to bring behavioral insights at every moment. When we are thinking about the problem definition, is there a behavioral problem, or is it just something that we want to do? When we are designing the interventions, when we are testing if they work, and when we are evaluating if they worked and how they could work better. So it's a call for a comprehensive use of behavioral insights. Next slide. So one thing that we come from, and Natassa has mentioned, is that when you talk about behavioral insights, maybe not when you call them green nudges or when you call them behavioral insights, but as soon as you describe, everyone knows about it. Everyone has maybe read an op-ed on one of Kahneman's or Sunstein's or Thaler's books. And the first thing is that really we are not talking about a soft intervention, the letter, the famous letter, or we are not talking about the sticker that you put on your car. And they don't need to be marginal. I mean, they can be substantive. Next slide. They do not have to be limited to individual solutions. We can behaviorally affect collectives the same way that we can behaviorally, and unfortunately we've seen that some people are very good at behaviorally informing collectives for bad. We're trying to nudge for good. Yeah? And next animation. We also believe that it's not just a plug-in tool. I mean, I have a problem. Farmers are not adopting. Bring in the nudgers and try to solve the problem. Next slide. So in order to harness the full potential of behavioral insights in policy making, we think that there's a role at many different dimensions between the micro, the macro, and the meso. Next slide. So we can have behavioral interventions, which we know. And, yeah, no worries.
Shall I go back?
Back, yeah.
Back. I completely agree. You can rule the slides.
Oh, can you? Really? I don't know. No, it's not working. Okay. It's slide, the one that has circles.
This one?
Yeah, that one.
Okay.
Yeah. So we can.
Do a better job.
Yeah, no worries, Natasha. So you can do a simple behavioral intervention. You can try to behaviorally inform a whole policy. You can even try to behaviorally inform a policy mix. Try to highlight how the interactions are, and the dream of this group of people at the Competence Center for Behavioral Insights would be that we could actually try to nudge the system, to make the system behaviorally informed and behaviorally savvy, not to lose many of the options that we are using. And I'm going to show you specific examples of how we've been trying to do this in different domains. So the classic, the easiest behavioral intervention was, let's try to use labels to make people make the better choice, make the sustainable choice the easier choice. And in that sense, at some stage, through experimental research, the Commission decided to take away this label that had A+++, A+, and simplified and said, whatever it takes, it only can have 5 levels with different colors and not start moving the things around. And also, for smartphones, at some stage, they were considering to put a green label only on the good smartphones in terms of sustainability, and we provided evidence that that was not maximizing the capacity of not only choosing the good, but avoiding the bad. So that's why the proposal for the eco-design in smartphones also includes an A to E grading. Next slide. And we also tried to use behavioral interventions for debunking misinformation. One of the, and it's normal, I mean, also policymakers always tend to think that they do good things and it's people that do not understand them, so you have to, but here we also try to put a way in which the climate package in our ambition for 90% reduction by 2040 in our pathway to 2050 net zero was better understood by our citizens, and try to avoid some messages that were making reactions in citizens. Next slide. So then we are thinking about going from this intervention, so let's make a label, let's make better communication, to trying to make better policies. And for example, in the consumer agenda, it has been widely used. At the beginning of online ticket sales, you used to face that when you end up buying something, you were buying many other things together with it. The Commission, based on evidence of online experiments, marked that you cannot pre-tick, you cannot set defaults for services that are not really what you are buying. We didn't manage to say that you cannot be asked 25 times if you are sure that you don't want an insurance with your travel ticket, but that was something, and that was part of this system one thinking was put into it, and say you cannot trick people to make decisions that they are not really making, and then we also managed to extend the period by which contracts could be cancelled to avoid the time limit dimension. Next slide. And also, not only has there been a comprehensive use of behavioral insights to design the consumer policy, but also it has been used to inform donations. And that has been mentioned this morning, by which pre-ticking organ donation as the default increases substantially without any cost to any consumer the level of donation rates. Next slide. Then when we move from one policy to various policies, we focus on a topic. And here, for example, in the programs to reduce smoking, which do not achieve the maximum output because I still smoke. So, I mean, I guess that there are some behavioral insights that I need to use myself into this. So, in one part, we were designing these impactful pictures that you have in your pictures, but we were also moving forward classic interventions like raising taxes and banning and reducing the places where you could smoke. Next slide. And in a stronger involvement that starts to happen in the policy making for biodiversity that is currently being put forward. There's a whole team of behavioral scientists helping the Department of the Environment from setting the goals, from identifying the interventions, and to design monitoring systems. Next slide. And the two ultimate options that we would like to have, one is this concept of zooming in. Focus on a specific agent, and unfortunately here is the farmer, who's being tackled from multiple areas with multiple policies, and what happens here. What kind of pressure and what kind of reaction can we expect, and how can we make sure that all these policies coming into one single agent are designed better. Next slide. Next. And then the other way round, zooming out. Let's focus on a topic and let's try to identify in which specific point of the changing paradigm that we're trying to push, the human being is an agent and the human being can face some problems. So here we would be thinking, next slide, on trying to understand, zooming out of the cap. I mean, we want more environmental performance by the agricultural sector. How can we get out? How can we see what is driving? Is it markets that are pushing for intensification? Is food security? Is it technology? Is it 5G, as Emilio was saying this morning, that eventually we are designing very fancy machinery to work in areas where there's not very fancy connectivity. Yeah? So trying to think this and make a systemic change. So move from an intervention that tells a farmer, your neighbors all use these new tractors, to an intervention that says, you have high-speed internet in your fields, you have this specific machinery, you have this subsidy to adopt this machinery, you will save all this money and you will be helping the environment at the same time. Next slide. So basically, we want to broaden the understanding of policymakers have of the potential of BIs, move beyond nudges. We want to try to bring a behavioral systems approach. Maybe it's just another hype. Yeah? We go from nudge, we lived 10 years publishing papers on nudges, now we live another 10 years publishing papers on behavioral systems approaches, who knows. And we expect to at some stage come up with a guideline that's similar to the eNudge Academy individual nudge files, where you will know, do I want to do it, how do I want to do it. We will also be promoting this system change or S-frame impact into farming. Thank you very much, and I think that's... Oh, and yeah. And a last shameless promotion of what we've been doing. I mean, at the sustainable food system domain, we've been tackling farmers and we've been tackling consumers. We've been tackling farmers with experiments. So one of these unsuccessful evidence that nudging doesn't work to promote farmers adopt eco schemes and AECM has been done by us. We have also seen how farmers, when forced to be more sustainable basically compensate. And if you make me do something good and I was doing something good in the past, I stop doing that something good because you're already forcing me. So there's a perfect substitution between mandatory and voluntary. And for consumers, we have focused a lot on how we can try to understand if dual food quality, the selling of a product in different countries with the same brand but with different composition, was really an issue for consumers. Spoiler alert, it's not. And how we can make sure that people know that they are buying a product that is different in their market. So there's work, there's a gap there. Policymakers, as Sophie said, I mean, can we apply behavioral insights into policymakers themselves? And the second thing is there's something between the farmer and the consumer. So it's the food processor and the food retailer. And those are also animals that could be making mistakes that could be solved with behavioral interventions. Thank you very much.
Well, now you are ready to dive to the discussion of the last part of the policy workshop, the learn phase, the third one. You have learned so much things from our speakers. Thank you so much, both. And now I could allow you to go outside and have some lunch, but you have to promise that you will discuss with each other about what you have heard, about and we will also try to help you. Have some cards on the table with questions that are going to discuss in our third and last part of the policy workshop. We are going to use Mentimeter, so there will be a QR code on the cards that you can scan to come prepared, let's say, because we're a bit delayed in our schedule. So, Nicolas, am I right? The lunch is served outside? Great. So, bon appetit. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I hope that access to data of FSDN will be easier than to FADN.
Yes.
Because
ADN is also a bit about competition.
Yeah.
Hola, muchísimas gracias.
Nada, vosotros.
Vuestra presencia. ¿Tú estás en Sevilla?
Very nice.
What do you think?
Yeah, very nice, very nice. Yeah, this was very useful for me. So,
Que ahora está en Valencia, ¿no?
No, ella ahora está en Madrid.
Just Nuria Rodríguez Prieto.
Sí, pero trabajó con René y trabajó en la primera parte en esta del benchmarking de las opciones.
Después acaso creo que era policía y a Madrid y entonces se fue de...
Ahora ya usa otro nazi.
No, ella sigue lo mismo, pero está en la autónoma. Y hace todavía está con la Carmen.
Don't worry, let them half an hour.
But it's like you could adjust.
Yeah, we'll adjust, don't worry. And if there is problem, I will skip some questions from the Mentimeter, don't worry.
De la Junta de Andalucía.
Estuviste con... No con Pablo.
Con Pablo Braga,
sí, ¿no?
Sí.
Sí. Porque en Granada todavía hay un laboratorio de economía experimental.
Pero no tengo responsabilidad de sus actos.
No, pero que está en declive, ¿sabes?
Ellos me llevan... No, yo hice ahí un laboratorio, EGEO, pero no lo usaron. Era mucho virtual, mucho estilo Pablo. Pablo es mucho de ver y hacerse ver que no, es verdad, hubo un equipo muy bueno estos 5 años, porque no porque yo estaba ahí, sino porque había fondos de la Junta de Andalucía y tenía un proyecto que no tenía deliverables, no tenía nada, se llamaba Nikos y invitaban gente, hacía cosas y hicimos el doctorado muy bueno. Después otros 2 alumnos nuestros trabajaron en Italia, en el GRC
¿En ISPRA?
Sí, en ISPRA, en Filipos Exadactylos y Adonis Proestakis.
Pero ¿y en qué?
Estuvieron con, ¿cómo se llamaba este alemán? Muy bueno, Benedict.
No lo sé, porque es que...
Esos son todos académicos, no sabía las cabezas.
Sí,
pero sé que tú eres académico, porque sigo y veo que porque cuando hablan de estas culpabilidad que nos quieren generar a los académicos, digo, no, hay académicos que han dejado la academia y la frontera y no publican. ¿Dónde podrían publicar para hacer algo un poco más útil? Y me incluyo porque yo muchos años, ahora estoy cerca de la salida, pero muchos años he hecho frontier research Y lo he dejado porque esos proyectos tienen la cosa dulce de la legitimacy de su investigación nacional o útil. Entonces, yo no me siento culpable.
Y además que yo lo tengo clarísimo, es decir, a partir de los 50 años deja que publiquen los nuevos,
claro.
Y tú dedícate a las cosas que ellos lo que se les está pidiendo a ellos que no pueden hacer porque no se lo reconoce nadie cuando quieran ser catedrático.
No, exactamente.
Tú ya eres catedrático, ya no tienes que hacer las crucecitas del catedrático.
No, y de hecho ahora mismo yo soy a tiempo parcial en Castellón porque estoy en Burgundy, en
Borgoña, sí. Es el mismo vino,
estoy
es vino
en
bueno, pero en distintos sitios.
El competitivo, pero bueno, no, da igual. Yo llevo el laboratorio de Wine and Spirits. Yo uso Behavioral Insights para hacer gente ganar dinero, pero como estamos muy implicados en proyectos europeos, estamos muy en la parte de sustainability, cambio de comportamiento, porque ahí los viñeros son bastante, ganan muchísimo dinero, no quieren cambiar nada. Entonces, tenemos a sus estudiantes en nuestras clases y están todos en ecología, sustainable, todo muy bien. Vienen los padres y dicen, yo tengo un vino que vale 500 euros, no quiero cambiar,
mi hijo y me dice que...
no quiero cambiar ni un...
¿Y en Castellón en qué departamento?
Estaba en economía. Soy catedrático de fundamentos de análisis.
Porque hay nosotros, es decir, en Castellón yo conocí a Aurelia Bengoechea.
Aurelia Bengoechea, sí. Esos eran la antigua guardia, ¿no? Sí. Aurelia precisamente estaba muy bien porque ella era docente, nada más. Pero sí que hizo muchísimo esfuerzo para hacer cositas y publicar y tal. No, y ahora el departamento está muy bien, tenemos el mayor laboratorio de economía experimental de Europa y tenemos full time 25 investigadores.
Pero eso no es el LINEX de Valencia.
No, el LINEX de Valencia lo hemos patrocinado nosotros, es nuestro hijito. Quique Fatas y todos estos, yo soy Nikos. Y mi exmujer, es también catedrática, Aurora García. Nosotros tenemos un laboratorio que funciona de verdad, ¿vale? Olvídate, Linux ya lo conozco muy bien, Penélope es muy amiga mía, Quique Fatas fue doctorando, Aurora estuvo en su comité, nosotros fuimos padrinos del Linux, pero lo que tenemos en Castellón es un laboratorio que funciona de verdad. La gente que usa laboratorios como usuarios externos, Linux es una empresa, pero dentro verás que la estructura es Penélope y un pequeño ejército de esclavos que te hacen alguna cosa. No es como nosotros, es un verdadero centro de investigación.
No, porque nosotros ¿qué ha vuelto ahora de...?
Sí, está en Valencia y
en
hace
otra
cosas.
universidad, no sé cómo se llama la universidad.
Sí, está
privada,
esa de su amigo, ¿cómo se llama? De Bruno Groseta.
No, tanto no llego a conocer tanto el Mediterráneo, pero...
Los conozco bien, él intentaba volver vamos a comer.
Sí, voy a dejar esto aquí.
Sí, él intentó volver a España y, claro, exigía cosas que en la universidad pública no pueden ser, no solo por dinero, sino por libertad. No quiero estar, ¿sabes? Son gente que es normal, los académicos especialmente en España tienen unas malas están acostumbrados a poder hacer
want to interview me.
That's right, yes. Have you a few minutes free now?
Yes, it was scheduled at 2 o'clock.
I'm sorry?
It was scheduled for 2 o'clock.
Yes, it was scheduled for 2 o'clock, so it's up to you. I believe you know it's, well, it's 2 o'clock now. Yeah, let's do it now because I think we've got another few more minutes of the lunch break.
Okay.
But here it's nice and quiet, which is...
So let me follow you because you're the
Yes.
ones who tell me what. Okay.
It's just really... Let me move this back a little bit.
Here?
Moving forward a little bit, and a little bit on the side, a bit more towards me. Probably about there is good. Let's have a look. Okay, and I'll give you a microphone.
Okay.
Just check it there, I think. Should work.
Then let's see. Do you see that whether it's working or not?
Yes.
Okay, so that's fine. So.
And if you can say a few words.
Okay, then let's see. Because I had already the situation. It's not working?
Yeah, just need to...
It's working?
Yes.
Okay, that's great. Because I had already a situation several times that it started with the interview and then they said, oh, sorry, the sound was off.
Yes.
So,
I know. I have had that too from the other side of the camera.
Yeah.
And it's very frustrating.
Can imagine.
Yeah.
So.
I'm just going to grab my telephone
Yeah.
so I've got the questions
Okay.
written on it.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's working. Okay. Have to fix it, huh? Or I must go with this. Okay.
And then you can just look at...
To you.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's not at the camera. Okay, that's good. That's good.
But you're going to cut it anyway, I'm guessing, huh?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I think that's good. Okay, so I've just got some fairly general questions about the topics of the what do you call it? Of the projects and the topics that we're discussing today. So just introduce yourself. Tell me about your role, and so forth. tell me about what role your organisation has. Sorry to interrupt. I'm going to film an interview, so yeah. Thank you. Okay, and a little bit about what are the barriers to adoption of green nudges and what actions can help to overcome those barriers. That sort of thing.
Okay.
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 All right. So to start with, camera's already running.
Okay.
Can you tell me your name or your area of expertise?
Yeah, my name is Peter Schmidt. I'm the current president of the so-called NUT section of the European Economic and Social Committee. NUT section means that we are dealing with agriculture, food systems, environment, circular economy, sustainable development, and we are working in a way that we produce opinions. These opinions are submitted to the different institutions like the Commission or the Council or the Parliament. And in our house, we discussed it across different groups. We have employers, we have trade unions, and we have civil society actors here on board.
Okay, great. So specifically about environmental responsibility, how does your organisation contribute to encouraging environmental or promoting environmental sustainability?
Perhaps I explain with one sentence before that this is the European Economic and Social Committee.
Yeah.
And everyone who is member in this committee comes from an organization. So that means we come with our capacity of our organization into this committee. In my case, I'm a German trade unionist from a food trade union, and we are dealing with the different subjects anyway because we see the impact of the different climate changes or environmental issues which we are facing. So it means when we talk about the organization, here I am in the capacity as president of the NUT section. So, and in this capacity, we discuss all relevant environmental legislative proposals, and over this, we also take own initiative. So it means we go also for the different conferences, like the climate conference, for the biodiversity conference, or all other activities which are ongoing. So it means for us, we must be always equipped with positions, and that's why we are dealing with all the relevant problems which we have. And of course, we have a position on the different legislative proposals coming from the Commission. So concretely, when we talk about the nature restoration law, for instance, so we have been able to bring together the farmers and the environmentalists. So online you will find a link where you see the World Farmers President with the former president of France Environnement discussing, but with a common position.
Coming to the question of green nudges, have you identified any barriers which prevents the adoption of green nudges, and how could we overcome these barriers?
The barriers are always the same, because we have a part of in the policy making. They say we don't have to regulate anything, and we have another part who is saying let's regulate the things. So, and in between there's always more grey, as we can imagine it is. So, and the barrier is indeed, once we start in saying okay, let's talk about the green nudges, the ones saying no, we don't want to interfere into the market are already there, and that's the biggest barrier. These are obstacles which we have to overcome. So it means if we say we want to nudge the farmers, the foresters, even fishermen, not forget them, to behave greener, then we need nudges. Because if we want to bring them there are different nudges. And some of the nudges are linked with incentives. So it's not only that we say if you do that, then you feel well, but we have to also give money for the ones making the transition. And that's the second barrier. The one is to take initiative to regulate, not in a nitty-gritty way, but just to say, okay, if we want to get there, we must invite them. And secondly, it's about money. So it means we must mobilize money. And here is, where's the money coming from? From which kind of fund is the money coming from? Who is financing? So this is the in our point of view, these are the biggest barriers which we are facing.
Just to finish, talking about the project, the ForestAgriGreenNudge project, from what you have learned about this, I don't know if you knew much about the project before today.
I was informed from my secretariat that we know what is happening, that I'm briefed enough on this.
Okay. How do you, what do you see as the value of this project in the context of the transition towards sustainability?
The added value is that it brings the debate on green nudges into the debate. So it doesn't happen. So we don't have an organized debate where we say we need this kind of nudge. That's simply the added value. So it is time, as we already heard today. So there is no debate here in the Brussels world how to organize this kind of nudges.
Do you want to switch to laptop?
Yeah, I'm already, and Simone will send me the presentation with the results.
Every initiative,
and then I will run them empty.
Transition is not only welcome, it is more than welcome, and it is even extremely necessary.
That's great, thank you.
Okay, is it sufficient?
Yes.
Good. Thank you very much.
We are in the field.
Sorry to disturb in the background.
No problem.
I hope it works.
No problem. I trust in the technicians.
This is very good.
We didn't harm a lot.
No.
You know, trade unionists to the micro, you can't harm. Don't worry. So you can do what you want. You're not stoppable. Eh?
Like no faces behind you.
No,
I have been working with Petros Kokkalis at the parliament, and
he's at the program, isn't
yeah, he had he wanted to come in the morning to meet you, but okay, we will arrange another time.
Okay, it's a pity. Yeah. So.
I told him that your speech were interesting as always. You know.
Thank you.
We have common ideas.
yeah, at least.
Yeah.
The willingness.
Nice to see you again. Nice to see you again.
How are you?
Not yet official, because I made a long contract with my trade union 12 years ago. I used myself school time, then gathered my employees, then gathered in total 4 years to job.
Simone! No, no. Hello, welcome back. It's us again, Simone and I. So, now we are in the learn phase. So, what we are going to learn first? The results of the first phase, right? Okay, the floor is yours.
Okay. So I think you enjoyed the task because few people ask me, okay, but where are the results? Okay, so here we go. There is not much. I mean, apologies, but you know, in a couple of hours, we couldn't do a lot. And again, you know, I have to thank Francesca, who is in Trento, and she was running some, you know, this preliminary analysis. But hey, I mean, here we go, right? On my left-hand side, you have the farmer preferences from or ranking from the original survey we conducted, excluding the foresters, because you know we ask you about the farmers, and on the other end we have the expert preferences. I got this 15 minutes ago, so I didn't have much time to digest. So I'll try to make some consideration, but I mean, feel free to interrupt me or to make some other additional consideration. At first look, how does it go?
I think you can just click whatever you like.
Okay. At first look, you know, I just highlighted a few things, right? So, making it visible, right, which means getting credit for the sustainable practice you are adopting, so a nudge that emphasizes what you have done, maybe using a certification or a logo or something. It seems to be right in the best position of the ranking in both cases, right? Both for the farmers that for the esteemed experts. The same is for the default option. Okay, default option is the same more or less, even though there is a more pronounced difference for you guys, for the experts, because apparently, you know, you think that it can be effective some way, or at least that farmers can think this is effective. But you know, you predicted also rightly that that farmers are not gonna like it. Are not gonna like it much. There are some differences though, because you know, you guys predicted that information on others, it would be quite quite
like in the interviews
yes,
that I had
quite
with the
accepted and quite also effective. But on the other end, you know, when we talk to farmers, this was not the case. And this is a confirmation, as Natassa was saying, because in the workshop we ran within PRUDENT, this discrepancy was already there. So there was something interesting about it, right? I don't know why is that, you know, we can speculate, but, you know, one first consideration could be that, as I said before, the social norm nudges or comparison nudges are the one that have been used most. So maybe we are a little bit more familiar, and so this, you know, probably explains some of these results, right? And timely reminders. While for farmers this is essential in the sense that it's acceptable and perceived as very effective, for us, you know, it goes slightly at the end of the ranking. And this is, you know, maybe one of the. It goes back to the reasoning, you know, we were having before, in the sense that maybe nudges works and are more acceptable and are perceived as more effective when they are simple, when they are very transparent, when they are fair. I mean, in this case, I just get timely reminders, so it's help, right, to some extent. And also when the cognitive process behind it is not very complex, right? It timely reminders just work on the fact that, you know, we may tend to be very busy, we may forget about things, so it's about salience, right? As we would say in behavioral economics. Yeah, I mean, here also there is a slide comparing the countries with you guys experts. But you know, this starts to be a little bit difficult to read, and so I would close it here. Thank you again because you engaged actively in the survey. Probably, you know, we can try to analyze this result further. Well, probably we are gonna do that, and maybe we can report back to you via the organizer of this insightful conference. And, you know, if you have some input, we are happy to get it.
I would just like to add, I mean, you know, policymakers, they believe in social norms. You know, it's obvious. If we see the vision right now, it says that we're going to have a benchmarking tool, a compass. I mean, it's this that they understand better. And it exists in the future tools that are coming in the Common Agricultural Policy. So, yeah, I think that we're going to see it a lot. Also, when I had the interview with the policymakers, I had the same result. I mean, they understand it better, the information on others. They tend to believe that farmers, you know, when they see something that goes well, they want to copy it.
Yeah, and here, you know, as we were saying, as I think Nikos was highlighting before, it's really bi-directional, right? This doesn't mean that information on others it's bad, but it means that there is this discrepancy. And, okay, let's try to understand more in details why and where we can find, you know, a common ground, I would say. And that's it. So,
thank you, Simone.
Floor back to...
Yes, but sit here with me. I will be alone on the panel. I want some company to run all these questions. So, yeah. Now we will be using the Mentimeter. We aim to gather your insight and experience in different topics you are going to see. Let me put it in present mode. I do it for the first time on my own without help. Normally I have help. So please be, you know, kind with me. So, does it move? It moves here. Okay. Yeah, I would like to tell you that we need your responses that will inform the development of 5 white papers covering nudge impacts, acceptability, ACIS, integration, ethics and complementarities with traditional policy tools, and 5 policy briefs that will fit into a prudent policy toolbox designed for use by policymakers at EU national and regional levels. And this new toolbox aims to support green nudges as a policy instrument for agricultural and forestry policies. And of course, it will be good because you are going to give your feedback, and also in other policy conferences that we're going to handle during the project lifetime. Now, please connect to the Mentimeter. I don't know if you are already connected with the cards outside, or you just need to scan this QR code, or I don't know if you like better, menti.com, and enter the code. And of course, your responses are anonymous. You can share your opinions without fear. You can say whatever you like. You can make fun of us. I don't know. But in any case, your open and honest feedback is more than welcome. Do you think we are ready? Yes. Sophie, I'm waiting for you. You need extra care today because of your voice. Okay, we can start maybe? Okay, so who is in the room? I put farmer forester first because I thought we have some, but I'm not sure. Please don't all be researchers.
Maybe they are the weakest.
Someone pretend to be a farmer.
Well, we are.
Okay, okay. But in the morning, you have to know that we had policymakers.
Yeah.
Next time, we will run the policy workshop in the morning. Okay, I don't see any other bullets coming towards us, so I move. So, there are 5 groups of questions. Now we need to understand the priorities for nudging policies. And which environmental sustainability goals should nudging efforts focus on most? You will have the opportunity to rank the options. If you believe that someone we should not focus at all, you don't move it on the upper level of the screen. I think it's ranking. Okay, it's ranking. Okay. It's moving, that's good. Okay. Okay, great. Climate mitigation, reduce pesticides use and risk is really close. Biodiversity is coming. And I'm glad that you all know that soil health is so important. We have new regulation for the first time in Europe. And we expected, soil health. I don't want to interfere because...
Well, it seems we have too much.
I'm nudging you, you don't understand. Okay, I think that we're all set with this one. So again, climate mitigation, reduce pesticide use, and soil health. Now, which common agricultural policy intervention offers the best opportunity to integrate green nudges? Please vote. The first one is the GAEX, the conditionality, as we say, eco schemes, agri-environmental measures. These are the long-term management commitments. Advisory networks is, again, the AKIS, Knowledge Innovation Systems. The risk management tools are those that we study in Italy. Interesting. Hmm? Okay, great. There is one other, but it's anonymous. Otherwise, I would ask the other, the one with the other, what instrument he has in mind. Maybe it's something, interesting. So, eco schemes. And I see also the advisory networks, which are very important because this is innovative and someone should be able, to explain nudges, and advisors are very important, and the risk management tools in order, to be able to adapt to climate crisis and stuff like that. So we are set here. I move to the next one. Should behavioral interventions focus on individual, collective, or spatially coordinated action? When I put down this question, Simone told me that spatially coordinated action is really a la mode. I don't know if you understand what is spatially coordinated. I don't know if you would like to explain.
Actions have to be coordinated in a spatial way, right? So the example is, for instance, ecological corridors, right? So farmers connected to each other, have to adopt the practice, so they create, an ecological.
Mm-hmm. Or maybe,
but I think Sophie is the best. She has done a few works.
Yeah. Or maybe you have organic farms. It's different to have one organic farm here, another one there. It's important to have an area with organic farms. The impact is totally different, I mean. They don't move anymore, so no, they move. So collective and all, as expected. Nice. And the next one, we heard a lot about the FSDN. We really believe in FSDN. How can the FSDN be used to enhance the effectiveness of green nudges in future CAP policies? There are 4 different responses. You can choose more than one, you see that. Finally. Okay, thank you very much. So yeah, to provide tailored feedback to farmers, this is also a provision in the regulation. We have to provide this feedback to farmers. It's regulation, it's provision, it's set, it's there. And in our case, it would be ideal to have a tool to support our nudging strategies. So now we're going to create a word cloud. So what are the main barriers to implementing nudging policies? In 1, 2 words. I know that words are not enough sometimes, but they indicate something that comes in your mind. Mm-hmm. Trust, culture, heterogeneity, misunderstanding, tradition, yeah, so trust is in the heart. I think that we all expect that trust is in the heart and should be in the heart of nudging policies. Culture, really important as well. Tradition, politics, and the impact that we expect. Okay, fantastic. Stubbornness. I also read some of the knowledge gap and unawareness, uncertainty, efficiency. Yeah, also familiarity with the term. Really nice word cloud. And trust, culture, tradition are the winners. So now we move to the next block, farmer motivation and behavioral segmentation. What do you think that motivates farmers most to adopt sustainable practices? You have 5 options: economic benefits, which could be like what public money, and the other economic benefits has to do with market opportunities, what comes from the market. And then environmental concern, risk reduction, social recognition. I just wanted to explain the difference between the 2 economic benefits, as again very kindly Simone proposed to differentiate between those 2. Thank you, Simone. It's still moving, not a lot. So yeah, economic benefits, but market opportunities are much more important. And I think that also farmers think that market opportunities are much more important. Because, okay, with single payments and stuff like that, but when the market reacts, then you have a good business in the end. So I move to the next one. How can digital tools assist in implementing green nudges in agriculture and forestry? This is an open question. I think that we heard a lot from Sophie, from this kind of digital tools. I think you mentioned some gamification. Or Thierry, Emilio. Oh, yeah, Emilio mentioned a lot of examples, yeah. So imagine that we have a great green nudge that we have tested a lot and works well, and we want to implement it in the farm. So what digital tool we should have? Increase access, to be affordable, to support decisions, more efficiency and information. Make it easier and more fun. The gamification aspect is this one, I suppose. Free and always available for advice. Providing more bespoke delivery of information against individual context, wide dissemination. Make applications easier, fast. Improve and diversify communication. Interactive feedback on sustainable, I don't see that. Yeah, sustainable management. So many ideas. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. DSS, precision and smart farming. Of course, the short reminders, you said that they are so à la mode among farmers, so the applications can be very useful for this kind of nudge, I suppose. And maybe they could be communicated when combined with media, prioritizing integrated nudges in existing tools, and don't make new tools just to use nudges. Very important. Free access to internet is needed, and internet in general. Yeah, translation in many languages. Interactive applications. We can measure and be efficient, friendly and attractive design. Tools that help estimate financial returns or reduction in returns associated with those sustainable practices. And also, there are some uncertainties. I mean, not sure digital tools are the best levers. It's a complement to more personalized and true social contract. Okay. Thank you very much. We have so many ideas. And we move to the next. Which factor is most critical for farmers, foresters to accept green nudges? Economic proof, peer influence, low bureaucracy, simplicity, data trust, perceived efficacy, transparency. Again, economic proof is on the top, and then simplicity, perceived efficacy. While we had the interviews with the policymaker, they thought also that economic proof is important, and they talked about simplicity, transparency, and data trust. They thought that these are very important requirements. And I move to the next one. how important is tailoring green nudging policies to different farmer forest segments? It's super important, or we keep the one size fits all. This is the idea. Yeah. So we did well that we had the segmentation analysis in PRUDENT, right? Okay, right. Thank you so much. We move. Now I would like to ask you to rank the types of segmentation most relevant for tailoring nudges. It's the age of the farmer, the farm size, the attitudes like the culture, regional factors, or the experience they have or the training they need. Attitudes, regional factors, and the farm size. Now they're competing a lot. The attitudes with the farm size, yeah. And the winner is I still move. Okay. Okay, more or less they rank alike, except an age. And now we move to the third group, policy implementation challenges and ethics. Rank the following implementation challenges of sustainable practices by priority. Those are the challenges that we found through our analysis, our policy analysis. Economic viability, bureaucracy, trust awareness. Okay, economic viability to be the first, okay. No? So the main challenge is economic viability, okay. Which approach best ensures fairness and trust in nudging policy? We go back to nudges again. Fairness and trust. So here to the farmers and foresters, and other, of course, related stakeholders. Evidence-based design, based on data, on research, and transparency. Now again, let's create a nice word cloud. What 3 words define an ethical nudging policy? Be creative, please. trust, transparent, simple, effective. Yeah, transparency is the most indicated because we have transparent and transparency. So this is the most important for our participants. And then, of course, trust. Transparent, trust, simple, effective. That's a nice word cloud. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Again, now you have to try more. What practical challenges do you foresee in implementing green nudges in real-world scenarios? Practical challenges. It's an open-ended question. So we have the green nudges, everything is clear, policymakers have agreed, and now we go to implement them in the farm or in the forest. So what practical challenges do you expect that we have to handle there? So whether need to be combined with economic incentives, one size does not fit all, stacking nudges, spread the word, and awareness among farmers, weak motivation, spillovers, engagement of the stakeholders, make farmers believe that policymakers understand their needs and concerns, being sure the nudges are at the service of environmental issues, reaching the relevant target group, very important, again the word of mouth, the timing, the lobbies counter-attack, and they attack heavily, costs, skepticism on both sides, oversimplification, national reluctance, stakeholder engagement again, how to match the most appropriate nudges for the target person, refusal from nudges to engage. We need to be better at identifying the specific behavior we want to improve, in who, and then selecting the green nudge, nudge overload, economic challenges, monitoring and delivering the message, lack of resources, knowledge, interest, guidelines, how to target them to the right motivational socio-psychological profiles, information overload, communication. You are so creative. It's excellent. Fatigue of interventions. You know, in 5 years, they're going to take... we don't want more nudges. Now they say that we don't want eco schemes. We don't want regulation. Imagine that we reach this point. Huh? So, which AGIS-related approach is most effective? Advisors and that bring the knowledge to farmers are super important, and also EU policymakers rely a lot on them, also the CAP itself. So which AGIS-related approach is most effective in supporting the adoption of green nudges in agriculture and forestry? Train the trainer, advisor training, peer learning networks, user-friendly digital tools, sharing regional best practices, and some of us were not familiar with AGIS. It means agricultural knowledge and information system. The Common Agricultural Policy, through the CAP strategic plans, they have intervention, specific intervention with money to support the knowledge systems in the member states. And they are considered very crucial. I mean, like you're not allowed not to put money on this kind of intervention if you are a member state. in Greece we don't do well with advisory systems. Just to admit that in Greece we have I think in Italy it's better, the advisories, right? You don't know yet. Okay. We're very bad in this. I mean, we know everything. Yeah, farmers. If you go to the farmer. When I was studying agronomy, because I'm an agronomist by degree, so I had a co-student from a regional area. I was raised in Athens, in a big city, and he was telling me, I'm trying to imagine you with your boots in the field trying to persuade farmers. But okay, I didn't have to do that. So advisory training, peer learning networks, very important, setting regional best practices. And now governance, co-creation, and stakeholder engagement. I go quick. Rank the prudent policy recommendations based on their impact on sustainable agriculture and forestry. Those are the recommendations that I introduced previously in my presentation. Those are preliminary, of course, because we don't have yet our results. And they have to do more with the sustainable policies in general. It's not only about nudges that we're going to have in the end. You don't like behavioral tools? Future CAP. We are fired. So make sustainable policies the easy choice, unlock the power of economic and market-based incentives, and incorporating behavioral tools in future CAP, CAP, CAP we call it in Greek, CAP. It's the same initials, but it's CAP, okay. How critical is continuous stakeholder engagement in shaping nudging policies? Continuous stakeholder engagement. And we mean all stakeholders, policymakers, researchers, farmers, foresters, rural habitants. We don't have many. We are reaching to the end. We have one more group. So it's crucial. Which stakeholder group should lead co-creating nudge solutions? Who should lead? So advisors, researchers, we keep our job. Farmers, foresters, policymakers. Okay, great, thanks. And this is the final group of questions. Policy tools, design and evaluation of green nudges. Rank the following interventions, policy tools, from most to least effective regarding sustainable practices, ideal in your context. Sorry. You have a palette of policy tools. What you think is most effective? Makes sense, yeah. Well, it makes sense, financial incentives and then regulatory standards, because when, policy is powerful, technological solutions, behavioral nudges will help in the policy mix. How much do you agree? I don't know if you have heard that with the new vision, the CAP should integrate an EU-wide benchmarking system in the agri-food sector. The Commission goes for such a system. That is what we discussed before about the FSDN. There will be a compass, a sustainability compass that will, we will be able to see the data there. So they plan to introduce such a system, an EU-wide benchmarking system in the agri-food sector. How much do you agree that we should do it? We do need such a system. Mm-hmm. Okay, most of you agree. Okay. At what scale should nudges be applied for maximum impact? Individual farm, supply chain level. You remember that we discussed how important it is to put the light on the whole supply chain and not only on the farmers. Local, regional, or EU-wide? So supply chain level and local regional level. That makes sense, yeah. Rank which tool would be most effective in integrating green nudges to promote sustainability in agriculture and forestry policies. It would be helpful to have nudging blueprints, how you do it, real-life case studies, segmentation models, some KPIs, to monitor the behavioral tools, and ethics guidance. We have two more questions and we are finished. Two more open-ended, but just two. Thank you for your patience. So you believe in real-life case studies and nudging blueprints? Yeah, great. So what promising social innovation or business model could be scaled through nudging? We hear a lot about new business models in agriculture, in the current CAP, and of course in the coming one. Be creative, please.
They're tired.
You're tired, I know. Just, we have one more. You worked hard, I'm sorry. Oh, what? Fantastic, yeah. I'm totally on it. None. No business models. It's not about business, Nicolas. Is it about business? Yeah, it is. I was sure that you're... It's not anonymized. that's a clever one. All that are based on sustainability criteria. Yeah. Payment for outcomes. Okay. Valorization of ecosystem services.
Or business models.
Yeah, or business models. Anarchy is a social innovation. Markets for agroecology, new ecosystem markets. Water benefits, credits, carbon farming. Also, farmers talk a lot about carbon farming in the interviews. They try to find an income outside of selling their products. They want to sit and carbon credits are coming. Not easy. Short circuits, okay. Farm-specific plants that are built on individual contexts. Regenerative agriculture, again, very interesting practices. And super sustainable. Water. Thank you for trying so hard. I thought we would stop at anarchy with this one, but you keep trying. Thank you so much. Agroecology, agroforestry, de-risking production, encourage more people to become farmers, redefine the macroeconomic system to create place for farmers. Thank you. And now, I don't know, I have asked everything. but do you have any recommendation? What additional recommendation would you make to ensure that green nudges are effective across diverse EU farming forestry contexts? Some final thoughts about what we have discussed, if you have, and we haven't covered maybe. Any additional recommendations? We will think. Yeah. Also, this one is great. Avoid isolating farmers, foresters as being responsible for achieving sustainable production. And understand how a farmer thinks. We have heard a lot about that during the conference. Practice what we preach. Relate them to other policies. More evidence of what works needed. Help farmers who do not want to change to retire earlier. Local adaptation. They look nice green. Tailor-made to local context, made sure that the implementation route, approach and target group fits the actual green nudge goal.
I could use the one about retirement.
Simone whispering that he could use that with retirement. You're so tired. Short questionnaires and simple questions, otherwise we cannot have the involvement of foresters to remind the ancestral agricultural practices. Promote more low climate impacts, tailor-made to local context, evidence-based, take into account all the forces that will try to make ecological and social progress fail for economic reasons. And now, you have done a great work. Don't close the Mentimeter. I have a final question. You have done a great work. Thank you so much. But I have a final one. And please be kind. Remember, that was the first time I used Mentimeter alone. Nobody respond. No input. Oh, thank you.
There was only one.
Never mind. Poor is getting stronger. In any case, thank you so much for your input. For your hard work, because I put you under hard work. I promised to Mark that I will finish at 3. It's 3:04, so Mark, you can have the floor now. Thank you very much for your contribution and for your help.
Thank you very much. So sorry, I've blanked it. It's supposed to. So we have very grateful that we have Joe Healy here today to give us a perspective from farmers in Europe. So Joe Healy runs a dairy and cattle farm in the west of Ireland. He was president of the Irish Farmers Association and has represented Irish farmers at the EU level as well on COPA, acting as the vice president for a few years. He's currently chair of the Agri-Food Regulatory in Ireland, and we're really grateful today that he has joined us. So thank you very much to Joe.
Thank you very much, Mark. You have Joe Healy complete with a dose of sciatica, so it's not very comfortable sitting down. And then to hear, before I come up here, a number of people say they are tired. You know, it's always the session that everyone wants to try and avoid, the session after lunch. And, you know, I went out to lunch thinking, oh, like, we'll have a small bit to eat, and then I see wine. And I said, whatever chance we have of keeping them awake for the next 2 hours, we have absolutely zero chance now, because when you see wine, it's way too tempting to ignore, whether that's for breakfast, lunch or dinner. Mark, as you rightly, first of all, thanks for inviting me here. And your final line there was that I'm chair of the Agri-Food Regulator. And you know, this isn't meant as a criticism or anything now, you know, because we all have to learn. But there's a job of work. There's a huge job of work for us all to do, because yesterday we had a conference. It was our first, we were only a year set up, so it was our first major public conference for the Agri-Food Regulator. And that's why I couldn't get over here yesterday even to be here for the start of it this morning. And you always feel that if you miss even the first 30 seconds of a meeting or a conference, that's the most important 30 seconds, and you nearly spend the day wondering about, what did I miss this morning, you know? But I couldn't travel over yesterday evening, but I spoke to a number of people and I was telling them, you know, where I was coming and what I was speaking at, and they weren't aware, you know. So, but the reason why I'm saying that is we're a year set up in Ireland, and we did a survey. We're a year and a half. We spent a lot of that year meeting stakeholders, social media, doing so much work through the media and trying to get our name out there. And like, out there to Joe public is one thing, but you'd imagine out there to suppliers of retailers and wholesalers that they'd be tuned in, and less than 50% of them said they were aware of us in the survey. You know, when I told people yesterday evening that I was coming to speak at a Green Nudges conference, they didn't know what's that, you know. So it's just a job of work that we all have to do. And I think education, if I was to take anything from today, and I have it here before I even arrived here, the importance of education. And I think, you know, normally it's my last line in something like this, but I think key is to educate the educators. And that's not only for Green Nudges, I think that's the same no matter what you talk about in life. Look, very quickly, I'm a dairy farmer in the west coast of Ireland, a place called Galway. If any of you are into football or sport, not that you might be following any Irish team, but if you're following Liverpool or Celtic, you know, their unofficial anthem is the Fields of Athenry. And I actually farm in the fields of Athenry. So some of you might have heard of it, that song. Any of you that haven't heard of it, it's well worth looking up on Spotify or whatever. Collaboration is another great word that's used here today. And incidentally, coming out on the plane this morning, I met with Tara McCarthy, whose name means nothing to you here, but for 10 years she was chief executive of the Irish agri-marketing board, promotional board, Board BIA, and they started Origin Green, which is probably the envy of agricultural countries right around the world and agricultural organisations right around the world. We're lucky in the sense that Ireland is a very green country. On my farm, for example, I grow grass 10 months of the year, which is typical in Ireland. So over 90% of the feed that I give my animals is green, lush grass that's grown on the farm that they eat for 10 months straight from the sward, and the other 2 months that they're feeding, it's grass silage that I make from that grass. And most of I reseed every 10 years. Now, you know, I'm going to be crossing over here. Now, when I'm not following notes, I always end up that I'm crossing over, and I'll be gone to page 3 here, and I'll say, oh, have I that said already? But I reseed every 10 years. I do min-till, and that's minimum tillage. So, but to do that and to do it successfully, you need to spray off the herbage that's there with glyphosate. You know, so what do you do? You know, it's the lesser of two evils, do you know? That reminds me of a politician we had in Ireland, and there was 2 brothers who were politicians, and he didn't get on with them. And he was asked about them. And he said, well, normally, he said, you know, we use the idiom, the lesser of two evils. But he said, when I hear about those 2 brothers, I just think it's the evil of 2 lessers. But anyway, it's the lesser of 2 evils. Like you're trying to cut down machinery use on the land, use of fuel and that, but you do have to spray with the glyphosate instead. But then the other benefit of that is that by reseeding, it gives us a chance to incorporate extra clover into the sward, or just go with a multi-species sward. And those 2 greatly reduce, and like I'm speaking from experience here, I have to say, very apprehensive about the multi-species sward early on, but then I saw its durability in relation to reduction in fertiliser. But also, you know, we're actually having a drought, believe it or not. In Ireland at the moment, we're having a drought in the month of May. So, you know, if there's any doubt about climate change, and sometimes when you go to farmer meetings, they can be a bit sceptical. You say, a drought in May, for God's sake, come on, it has to point to something. So, but when I go into my paddocks where I have the multi-species and the way they continue to grow, whether it's drought or whether it's excess rain, compared to you know, the older the older grass that I have there, the monoculture, it's just incredible, and I bring a lot of groups to my farm to show them the difference that makes, and the difference that the clover sward makes as well. So you have that by reseeding. So the only negative is that you have to use that drop of glyphosate, but you do have to use it. If you know any different way, it's expensive. So I'm quite open to any suggestions that you have to do that. But I was saying, I was talking to Tara McCarthy, and you know, we talk about bringing everyone together. She works for Alltech now. She's the global ESG vice president for Alltech, and they're a worldwide animal nutrition group based in Kentucky. But she was talking about a survey, and I don't want to, you know, there will be a few figures here. But she said that in a survey that Alltech had carried out, 8 out of every 10 respondents felt that food production was going to become more difficult as a result of climate change, but that 86% felt that the food industry is resilient and capable of adapting and navigating the challenges it's facing. 9 out of every 10 respondents were of the view that innovative, and it has come up here a few times today, innovative and new technology would be the absolute necessary tools. 93%, so you're almost talking about all, said the challenges would only be met by all links of the chain working together. And speaking as a farmer and a farmer representative for, I met Henrietta up there that I hadn't, she's just after leaving, I hadn't met her since the 1990s. We were in the European Young Farmers together. She never changed, I did. But, you know, I'm representing farmers for the past 30 years. So, you know, I'm a farmer myself, and you will never get all farmers in the one room to agree on everything. But in that survey, the message that came across, you know, and it was a relatively independent survey. It wasn't done by a farm organisation now. But that message that came across was that farmers feel very vilified. And they feel kind of isolated, and they feel that they're being blamed, while at the same time not being rewarded or recognised for the efforts that they're making. Whether that's right or wrong is kind of irrelevant, but that's the perspective, you know, and that's the barrier that has to be jumped. And I'm not I didn't come here today to have a poor rose or anything like that. If we have a quick look at European agriculture, and unfortunately some of the stats are not good. You know, we have an average age of 59. We have less than 6.5% under the age of 35. You know, any sector that wants to drive forward, you know, that you want to be confident of adapting to new technology, etc., you know, you need that mix of young people coming in. And Mark, I might be waffling on, so if you want to cut me off on time...
I was thoroughly enjoying it.
Feel free to give me a poke in the back there. But you need that mix of youth and experience, and the age structure on European farming is not great. It's very similar in Ireland. In Ireland, our farm structure is about 32 hectares is the average farm size. That's kind of double what the average across Europe is. And you know, I know averages can be very dangerous, and again, I don't want to bore you with stories, but 30 years ago I was at a meeting as president of the Young Farmers in Ireland, and we were down the southeast. The previous speaker there will know where Wexford is because he spent 4 years in Belfast. But we're down the southeast, and there was a guy from Teagasc, who is the Irish Agricultural Advisory Agency. He was talking, and he was saying the average price of milk and the average cost of milk production and the average of this. And there was this kind of elderly man, and he was sort of sitting back on the seat, and he put up his hand, and the MC said, "Sorry, sir, have you a question?" And he said, "Well, it's not a question." He said, "It's an observation." He said, "That man there," he said, "probably knows his stuff, but he's talking in averages an awful lot." And he said, "Averages might be all right," but he said, kind of in my estimation, averages can be dangerous too. He said, because, he said, for example, he said, if I was at home cooking the dinner, and I had my head in the freezer and my backside in the oven, he said, on average I should be all right, but I'd be far from it. You know, so forgive me now if I'm talking in averages here a lot of the time. But, and in the European context, you know, and I would always say we can never stop improving. And when it comes to carbon emissions, we just can't afford to stop moving. But I think it has to be acknowledged that since 1990, between 1990 and 2020, European farmers increased their output of food production by 25% and reduced their emissions by 25%, give or take a percentage or two here or there. They've done that. They've produced enough food to feed the 440 million people, inhabitants of Europe, while also producing enough food to export 230 billion euros worth. And in doing that, create a trade surplus of about 65 to 70 billion euro. And agriculture is keeping life in the most rural of rural areas, around the many rural areas that are in the EU, that without agriculture, those areas would be uninhabited, I think, a lot of them. So, and, you know, when it comes to, there was a mention of simplification here at some stage during the day, and that sounds great. And I actually like Commissioner Hansen's attitude towards farming and agriculture. You know, I think we lacked it for a few years. We didn't feel confident that we had someone there that was driving our agenda forward. We feel we have now. Simplification, when I hear talk of now, this is the second time in 2 years that we see a shake-up in simplification. And people one of the diagrams there, you know, trust and building of confidence was right in there in the centre. But people have kind of lost simplification, and for a lot of farmers around Europe, if they hear EU policymakers mention the word simplification, they immediately think this is code for more bureaucracy. That's what it has come to, you know. So, but we live in hope, and we want to. We would hate to see him saying, on the other hand, that he doesn't want to simplify anything. So, to this end, you know, I talk about, and it has been mentioned about the farmer protest last December. A lot of that was pent-up frustration, and I'll tell you what a fair bit of it was as well. Now, we're regulated to the tip of our teeth. We don't mind that. If you take pride in your work, you want to produce top quality food. And that's what we try to do. We're open to international trade. By the figures I gave you there, we export 230 billion euros worth of food annually. And it's increasing. And particularly from Ireland, where we export 90% of our agricultural produce. But all we want in any trade deal is equivalence of standards. And if we're expecting or being expected to share a shelf with food from the outside, the very least that we're entitled to is that it's produced to the same standards as we produce it. And what really annoyed farmers in early December last was when the president of our commission went to Montevideo to more or less finalise the Mercosur trade deal. That came 22 days after Argentina withdrew its negotiators from COP29, after only 3 days of it. It came with European farmers, you know, clear in the knowledge that 54 million hectares of the Amazon rainforest, 9% of the total, had been destroyed in the 2 decades between 2000 and 2020. There you had the two biggest players in the Mercosur countries, Brazil and Argentina, showing scant regard for what we're all striving for. So that, on top of the levels of bureaucracy and regulation, it's little wonder that farmers took to the streets. And I think the anger was palpable at the time. You know, there's a great saying that if you talk about a product, China will say, can we make it? America will say, can we sell it? And Europe will say, can we regulate it? You know, and that's what we do need to get away from. Quickly, from an Irish perspective, agriculture is the largest indigenous country. If you read about agriculture in Ireland, you'll see that Irish agriculture accounts for 38% of its greenhouse gases. That's a correct figure, but it's a very disingenuous one. We don't have the heavy industry to dilute it down. You know, we don't have a car industry. We are an agricultural country. You know, so people that say we have 38% comes from agriculture, you know, in Ireland, I think we're the most efficient carbon producers of dairy product in Europe. We're in the top 5 in beef production. And I always say, you know, and maybe I'm being biased and parochial here, but what we should strive for is to continue to produce the products, in as much of them as possible, in the countries that are most carbon efficient at producing those products. Like, every kilo of beef produced in Ireland, we produce about 15 kilos of CO2. Every kilo of beef that comes in from Brazil, you're talking about 70, 80 kilos of CO2 that's produced to produce that kilo of beef. So, you know, there isn't much point in we reducing our beef production if it's going to lead to carbon leakage with an extra 100,000 tonnes coming in from the Mercosur countries. There's about 40% of Irish farmers in climate mitigating programmes, environmental programmes. There would be 100% only for, there's only a certain budget allocated to it, and it was oversubscribed, you know, as soon as it was announced. There are 130,000 farmers. There's 700,000 kilometres of hedgerow on Irish farms. So, you know, in 32 hectares, there's an average of about 5 to 6 kilometres of hedgerow on those farms. So it's a very green. And you fly over Ireland, any of you that do, and I think that's the way we need to keep it as well, because it's one of our strong selling points. And agriculture was the first sector in Ireland to actually have a roadmap for climate abatement, and that was thanks to Teagasc. There was 30 different, I suppose, measures that can be grouped into 9 different groups. The lady before me there was doing a lot of grouping of the questions and that, but it can be grouped into about 9 different groups. And it's a great roadmap to have, and we can continue to improve that roadmap. And then I've been through my own farm already. I didn't say that at the moment I'm... there's a minimum eco cover required for the bis and that of 7%. And I just checked my own farm there a few months ago when I was putting in an application, and my farm has 23%. But there's a huge amount of farms that has that, but they don't realise it, you know. So it's... and as I said, I'm putting in solar panels, costly, but you know, I'm hoping that over time they'll pay themselves back. And it's only enough solar panels to run my farm and the house. Quickly on CAP, you know, and it has its detractors. It was set up with 3 main aims in 1962, I think. 3 main aims were to ensure an adequate amount of safe, top quality food. It absolutely has done that and more at affordable prices. We can talk about price inflation, but you know, when you look at it, the average household spend across the EU on food is less than 13%. In Ireland in 2018, and you had people giving out about food prices, but in 2018, I just pick out that year, you might say it's a long time ago, but I was president of the Farming Association at the time. The average household income in Ireland spent €123 a week on food and €124 a week on transport. You know, which when I saw the figure, I said we need to check this. It couldn't be right, but it was right. So so it has really achieved those. The third aim was to ensure a sustainable income for farmers, and that has been the weakest. When you see that EU farmers are on average earning about 47% less than the average of all the other sectors in Europe, you know, so it hasn't on that. And when you look, the asks have continued to increase for farmers across Europe. In 1985, there was 73% of the MFF going to CAP. This current round of CAP will probably end up at about 28% of the MFF going to it. But the asks have and the costs have gone up all of the time. So I think, looking forward, there's a few things we don't need. We don't need the blame game, and we don't need extra bureaucracy. Like, what we do need is best practices. They've all been, it has been brilliant today, a really excellent educational conference. We need to, I had it written here, and it came up there in the middle, I think, to build trust, you know, between all the different links in the chain. I think we need to be able to show and demonstrate the win-win, the win-wins that's there from good practice. For example, in our discussion group, dairy discussion group, we took up, it cost us, but it was worth it, soil sampling. And that featured there as well. I actually think from a farmer's point of view, it's the best money a farmer can spend is on soil sampling, because it focuses them on what the land needs, and you get the best return from it. So that can be a real win-win. So, but you know, sometimes farmers have to see before they believe. So we can, and as I said at the start, education, and above all, to educate the educators. So, Chairman, I leave it at that. Sorry for boring you with maybe facts and statistics or that now, but and maybe there was elements that you thought I might touch on that I didn't. Apologies if I didn't. I just wanted to give an honest farmer's point of view, because I would always say that I'm a farmer first and foremost, and a farmer representative thereafter, you know. So I leave it at that. Thanks very much, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Joe. I think that was exactly what we needed today, just to bring into perspective all the things that we've been talking about, that has a hard reality on farm sometimes, and we need to try and spread those actions right across supply chains, as you were saying. I'm going to try and give an advisor's perspective. I work quite a lot with advisors in the UK and in various projects with many of you in the room, in fact. So I hope that I'll try and capture some of the things. It was interesting in the poll we had earlier. One of the questions was who should take the lead in co-creating green nudges, and the consensus was advisors. And I do agree with that. But at the moment, I don't think advisors really have the capacity to do that. And they do start to end up right in the middle of everything. From the top, the policy comes down and it gets to advisors to help support putting that into practice. And from the bottom, farmers quite often turn to their advisors, understandably, to help them deliver things, but also to understand where things went wrong. And I work in IPM, in pest management, and particularly in pesticide applications. One of the things we often hear from advisors is, well, if I put too much on, I don't get any consequence directly. But if I don't put enough on, and there's a pest infestation, it damages the crop, people come straight back to me and say, why didn't you do more? Why has this happened? I'm not paying for your services. I want compensation for crop losses. So advisors get really caught in the middle of a lot of these discussions. So I'm going to try and talk about what we're doing with EU advisory networks and the potential for green nudges with advisors. Our ambition in all the networks, in all our engagement with advisors, is to help them make good decisions. It really is that simple. We're just trying to help advisors to identify what decisions they need to make and how they can make the most appropriate decision for the context of the farm or the forester or whoever they're working with. So whether that's reducing the use or risk of pesticides or forestry management, organic production, sustainable livestock production, optimal fertilizer, all these things, we are trying to help them make good decisions. And the kind of default approach, in my experience, has always been this sort of linear approach to change. So we identify a problem, we then do the research, that generates some knowledge, we transfer that knowledge to other people in our networks, get a bit of discussion around it, and then suddenly it gets a bit blurry towards the end, and, well, someone's going to interpret that information, and then there's a behavioural change. That path doesn't work very effectively. We're quite good at this end of the path, doing the research and generating some knowledge. Researchers love generating knowledge because then they get a paper out of it, and then they can publish things and they get their scores, and that works really well for researchers. Papers don't do much to help us change behaviours on farm, because even I don't read that many papers anymore. They're time-consuming, and they don't necessarily give us all the information we need. So then there's this end bit of interpreting this knowledge and getting it to actually become behavioural change. And that's where we're not quite so good at the moment. And that's where green nudges can start to help us, because we can start to work this backwards a bit better and understand what is the change that we actually need to identify and achieve. How do we go back from there so that we're doing the right research to develop the process of getting that actual change of behaviour? That's a good point. I've enjoyed my presentation very much. Don't worry, you didn't miss anything on the first two slides. Yeah, you saw my chin, it was great. Shows how awake everyone is. How much wine do people have at lunch? So look, there's this transition that we need to get better at, for sure. Thank you. The good news is that we want to support these good decisions. We have these particular things that we want to achieve, and there are these networks that have been funded by the EU, specifically targeting advisors and helping them connect them with the information they need. So we have the Advisory Net Pest project. I know there's a few people from that project in the room. We have the Forestry Advice Project, there's an organic advice network, there's a livestock network, and Stratus is the fertilizer network. There are more of these networks that are going to be funded as well in the future. So we're starting to develop these connections that can help us facilitate getting that information from research to the advisors, hopefully in a way that they can interpret it and inform better decision making. But we still have this problem at the end of that trail of actually getting the right behavioural changes. And this is where green nudges can start to really contribute. We're also very excited to be developing an online agri-hub, and this is somewhere we're going to try and put all this information together. And this is a collaboration between the different networks. I hesitated because it's taken us a little while to get this collaboration working, because it's not easy to take projects and actually bring them together and get them to agree on a single thing to do. But that's what we've achieved, and this online hub will be going live in the summer, and that will give us a place to put all this knowledge. And that's really important, because when we've been talking to advisors, one of the things they get really frustrated with, and farmers as well actually, is that we often think in projects. I've got a 5-year project to achieve this thing. And then the project ends and we all move on. And by the end of that project, we've convinced people this is a really good thing to be doing, because that's what we've been doing for 5 years. And then we stop doing it, and all of those fantastic resources we've developed are not supported by anyone. They just slowly fizzle out. So hopefully by having these networks, we can have that continuity information. We can start to really properly engage with advisors and farmers in a consistent way that isn't project by project based. It's saying you're looking for information about production, come to this single place to find out about fertilizers, organic production, pesticide use, all in one place coming from trusted sources. Nikos mentioned that in the ForestAgriGreenNudge project, we've got this network we're forming. These are kind of to act as national focal points. So these are our kind of national hubs on different topics that can help us, again, engage with nationally focused groups that are already there, trying to tap into these longer-term initiatives. But I'm very conscious that advisors are going to be in the middle of a lot of these discussions. So they might be being nudged by policy, they might be selecting nudges to nudge their own groups, but they might also be looking to nudge themselves. And that's something that we're quite interested in our project as well, this idea that actually, if you want to change yourself, it's not so easy to say, I'm going to start doing this. You can use a nudge yourself to guide yourself into a better decision-making process. So, but advisors are really going to be in the middle pinch point of all of this. So I just wanted to give an example of a nudge that we have used in a previous project that we're continuing to promote. So we know that particularly in pesticide use, where you don't know what the risk of a pest is, you're more likely to be more risk averse, you're more likely to put something on to prevent it from being a problem. If you know what the risk is, then you can make a more informed choice about it, and then you can reduce your inputs based on that. So this is about avoiding that ambiguity. And so there are lots of models out there we can use to make forecasts about different pests, and our IPM Decisions platform brings all of those into one place, and we can start to see the relative risk of different pests. And you can do that for your location anywhere in Europe. I think I'll skip over this quite quickly, but this is what the platform can do. So you can see it is giving a quantifiable risk of the pest, and that means that rather than, I'm not sure how big a risk it is, so I'll put something on, now you can say, well, actually I can see, based on this model, the risk is quite low, so I can actually reduce inputs accordingly. Where we're going next is trying to identify more of these examples of green nudges that have been developed and are being used, and then starting to propose what is a successful nudge. So this is something that in the ForestAgriGreenNudge project we're doing, but we'll certainly, I can see they'll be doing it in PRUDENT as well, trying to find these, what makes a successful nudge. And to do that, we have to engage with farmers, foresters, advisors, or right across supply chains to make sure that we aren't singling out any group, and we are really working with everyone to achieve good practice. That'll all feed into our Green Nudge library and academy, where we can start to put all these things and make them accessible for everyone to follow and understand. And ultimately, we'll be supporting good decisions, hopefully long into the future, by understanding those behavioural interventions and biases and ways around them. So I'm sure we'll be talking much more about the kind of practical side of working with advisors and farmers and foresters in future conferences. So this is a kind of precursor to that, but it's certainly, I think, something that we need to make sure we're bringing right in. Thank you very much. Are there any questions either for Joe or myself on the last couple of talks? If there's no questions, I'm conscious we've probably run over a little bit, but hopefully it's been useful discussion.
Yes, hi, I'm Jesus. I spoke this morning. I have a question for the Irish dairy farmer. I don't remember your name, that's terrible. Do you think that in any of your decisions that you make in your farm, you are biased in, and you could do them better if someone nudged you? I mean, sincerely, or do you think that we are just thinking that you are making stupid decisions and we have some magic wand that can?
I think the most line that I meant there was that we can never stop improving. We can never stop thinking that we have it to the best we can. Like if someone, I'll put it, we were cutting silage. The first year I sowed the multi-species, and we were cutting silage. And I don't know now whether people here are aware of the multi-species versus the monoculture. Well, if everyone are, I'm sure there are some. But the people that were cutting the silage, we obviously didn't cut that field, you know. And when they came in to drink some tea, one lad kind of hesitantly enough, because right or wrong of him, maybe probably more wrong, he kind of regards me as a sort of a farmer that has an idea what I'm doing. But he said to me, he said, God, Joe, he said, it's a wonder you didn't spray that field of weeds. And I said, what field of weeds? And he said, the one just beside where we picked up the silage. And he had seen the plantain and the chicory and all that. Now, he wasn't a farmer himself, right? He was working for the contractor. But he regarded it as a field of weeds. I know well, if my father saw it grown, you know, until he'd gained the confidence in it, he'd have told me to go back out and spray it and burn it off and put in proper grass in it, you know. So it's that, and it takes a time. Like, we have to build up trust in each other, but we have to build up trust and confidence in the practices as well. So what I'm saying is that maybe 2 years before that, if you brought me to a field like that somewhere and said, will you sow something similar to that, I'd say not a chance. You see, we were so used to the other grass, the climate suited it, but it's working a treat for me. So I would always, I think technology, whether that's the collars on the cows that, you know, tells you so much about them. I mentioned to the previous speaker that's here, I mentioned to him, you know, that it's the future. We can't stop innovating. And like my idea, when I milk record, I've been sitting to text there to the guy that does the milk recording for me, because he was wondering, was I at home this week, or could he drop them in this evening, the meters to record. But like my idea, milk recording, to me, nearly every cow in the place eats the same amount of stuff, give or take a few kilos. If I can cull the bottom 10% every year, you know, and get to that place where I'm producing 500 kilos of milk solids per cow on tiny feed. I only feed my cows at most, I'd say, about 2 kilos of meal per day. And that's to get enough calcium and magnesium into them to prevent milk fever and grass tetany. But that milk recording is great technology. And that's the tool to make my farm as profitable as possible. So anything that nudges me towards reducing the workload, number one, and number two, increasing efficiency and returns for the farm. And some people might think that going down this road isn't the way to do it. So that's the job of work that we all have to do, is to prove to them that it is a pure, you heard me saying it in my few words, was that it can be a win-win. So I'm very open to being nudged. My wife would say I have to be nudged for everything.
Thank you very much. Unless there's no other questions, we'll pass back over to Nikos.
Okay, one of the miracles of today is that we managed to be on time on this session, which means that on average we have been compliant. And everybody knows that no one was really on the time, but on average we were. So you will have to admit that I have a difficult job. We heard incredibly interesting, provocative, and even what we call in research mixed results. So I have a difficult task to try to make some concluding remarks. Okay, so I was taking notes, and first of all, some optimism. I think people said that behavioral approaches are valuable and a timely tool, and even proposed that maybe we're already running on the next generation, which is evolution towards system versus individual focus. So we are maybe running late, or let's be early. Don't forget to put society. I went opening this parenthesis and putting more and more people. So not just society, but especially farmers and advisors in the middle of environmental agroforestry policies. We may nudge collectives, and we should. Nudges are already used in small or big domains, and in any case, I noted, and I think that there is a lot to be done on the coexistence and complementarity or interaction between nudging and other more traditional tools. Okay, so this is optimism over. Then some challenges. So is all nudging manipulative? And I think I got that trust is important. So trust needs to be built or rebuilt so that we can be credible delivering nudges. I heard something which I knew, and I think it's a big challenge, especially with our research methods. We don't do revealed preference experiments, but we do stated. And because of that, we have there a challenge that we, for scientifically speaking, is the elephant in the room that we all try to forget. So it's declared versus real behavior. Social norms can be a friend or an enemy. Education matters. So I combined two different statements. Someone said education matters. No, actually, many said education matters. But informing is not changing behavior. Therefore, we also heard that, and so maybe we need to go more, beyond education. I was arguing yesterday that education is everything. Mark is smiling because he would not like me to use the same examples as I was using. There's a gap between a tool and the use of it, and do we know what farmers know, think, speaking farmers' language, culture-specific. So there is a lot there to learn, and I really think that we will never make a full, huge bridge to all these gaps. And then I will keep Sophie's big lesson. We have scarce evidence, if any at all, for impact on farmer behavior. Then I got a great idea for all of us to get out there and make sure we exist for people. Thank you very much for this suggestion. It's important to know that people don't know we exist, and it's important to remember and to make sure that our existence is noticed, hopefully doing something good. Then minimize regulation and simplify. I think these were big, great ideas we have to take very seriously. And I think nudges are a good tool in that, in that trajectory. Then I had 10 more specific ideas from my personal notes. So I included mine first, of course, conscious nudge principle, to check whether this is really something that by making people conscious that they are nudged, it's a nudge itself and makes other nudges more efficient. Do not forget the forest. I was writing to myself, okay, so I realized that there was a lot about agriculture, and this half of the projects are forests, so I remind myself every morning. I have written it in my office as well. Do not forget the forest. Someone talked about gamification. Someone else said maybe not so much. Replace nonsense games with farm decisions. I don't know. I like it. I don't know if it's good. It's a better way to spend your time. Look for policymakers' biases. I always thought this was a big problem when designing policies based on research. I have a personal, very strong opinion about academics being over-blaming themselves for being too far away from the real world. I think many of us have abandoned frontier research and top publications, going down to delivering projects that are hopefully better for what people can get from us. And because we're doing this, I think we deserve not a prize, but not so much self-blaming. I don't think we have a systematic theory beyond first and second system. We don't know why nudges work, why they don't work. We know so little, but I'm a theorist, and I really miss a theory why, when, and how they work. And I promise I will do this for the following 3 years, or to be more realistic, after I retire. Then nudges and versus nudges or other policies. I really think we have to work there, because CAP exists and some people just go and ask people and they forget that there are some things that we have to take into account, whether we like it or not. CAP is a reality, and it's our reality, and we have to go for it. So first or second system, make feel or make think. I still believe that if we want people to do durable changes, we need to make them think and think together with us. The other things maybe are nice, fancy, and maybe work. We know colors work, but I'm convinced that we need to make people think. Do we also need to care for, collect, and learn from unsuccessful nudges? I think, and this is a systematic problem of science. We collect. Journals are the worst of all. They only publish successful stories, successful experiments, successful results, and I think this is contrary to human nature. We have come here because we have been learning from our mistakes. So I think both projects, but I promise ours for sure, will do good work, good job collecting nudges that don't work, and try to explain why. And maybe this helps us to understand why the other ones do work. Climate change exists. Sorry, it sounds unreasonably trivial, but this is one of my notes. And the 10th one, which is a surprise for Mr. Kokkalis. I'm sorry he's not here. I'm sorry he's not here, but please inform him on my question. Are green nudges a problem for him due to the color? Because you said he's with Olympiacos, and normally red represents something bad, you know? It's like imagining Seville, Betis, Seville, okay? So Betis would be very happy with green nudges and everything being green and nice, and Olympiacos is really where they wear their own color and they are their own team all the time, and this is one of the main conclusions of the conference. So how much do we know? Not much, so it's good to research, collect, evaluate, test, propose, communicate, engage, apply, and also a small invitation to the people of our project, because we don't have any other occasion to meet. When we go out, we need to make a photo, all of us, because ForestAgriGreenNudge doesn't have other group meetings except for the conference. So let's meet. Some people still want to be introduced to other partners, so please follow and make a very nice photo. So thank you very much. It has been a wonderful day. We have learned a lot. We know how much work we have to do in the following years. It's very good we have some resources. It's very good so many clever, interested, available people are there to work, and I'm very glad to have you here and hope to have you in the following Nudge conferences. So please stay tuned. Sorry, I should have said thank more explicitly all the speakers and all the organizers of sessions. It has been amazing. It's clear that I don't deserve you, but sometimes you get more than you deserve.
Yeah, let's see will it switch to me now? Hello. No, so it's switching. It's still on the screen. That's why I won't switch.